Test son, صباح الخير. Bonjour et bienvenue à vous, mesdames et messieurs. Test son, 1, 2, 3, test. Bien, vous m'entendez bien? Bien? Merci. Test son. نديرو عافاك un petit filage هير ديال الأول غيدخل لو جينجل ومن بعد الفيد اوت باش نكالي البدو. دير لي لو جينجل دونطري عافاك. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Testing sound. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. ممكن شي ملتي بريز هنايا بوسيبل شي ملتي بريز
Test 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we're about to begin. Mesdames et messieurs, nous vous remercions de prendre place. Nous commençons dans quelques instants. Merci. Ladies and gentlemen, bonjour et bienvenue à toutes et à tous. Welcome to each and every one of you. My name is Manal Bernoussi. I'm an international MC and moderator from Morocco, and it is an absolute pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to this third edition of the African Forum on Investment and Sustainability in Agricultural Value Chains. This forum is hosted by MAVA, formerly known as the Agri-Finance Platform. It is powered by Innovex and proudly sponsored by OCP Africa. To all our international guests, karibu, marhaban, and welcome to you all. Where are our guests from Tanzania with a raise of hand? Let's give them a proper welcome. Thank you. Welcome to you all. Such a pleasure having you with us. We have delegates from Senegal. Where are our guests from Senegal? Let's give them a round of applause. Kenya, Côte d'Ivoire, France, any other countries, please feel free to shout it out. We want to properly introduce and welcome each and every one of you. So, what is today about? We do not want today to be yet another conference where we repeat what we already know. There are major challenges in agriculture. We're lacking finances. Today is really about solution. It is about asking, how do we actually move the needle together? How can we together unlock investment, support innovation, and build stronger agricultural value chains in Africa? So here's what you can expect today. In just a few moments, we will begin with opening remarks and an introduction to the Agri-Finance Platform, which is now named MAVA. Then we will move to two plenary sessions. The first one will look at how innovation can reduce risk and boost financing in agriculture. Then we will explore in the second plenary session this morning how to finance food security while addressing climate resilience with a focus on soil fertility. And in the afternoon, we will hear a series of fast-paced presentations from innovators, from ecosystem players. This is your chance to get to know the ecosystem, to learn about what they're doing, where they're doing that across the continent. And then we will close our day by a plenary session by Atlas, and we will follow up with a startup challenge debrief, because while we're all here in this room, in parallel, there is another room with a startup challenge where agri-tech entrepreneurs from across Africa are pitching their solutions to jury of experts and innovators. And this challenge is both organized by MAVA in partnership with Digital Africa. And then for the closing remarks, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be honored to be joined by the president of UM6P for the final remarks. Now, to officially open this forum, we will begin with a word from our hosts and sponsors. So please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Mr. Amin Hussein, CEO of Innovex.
Thank you, Manal. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, partners, colleagues. Good morning and welcome to the African Forum on Investment and Sustainability in Agriculture Value Chains. I am Amin Hussein, CEO of Innovex, and I'm honored to open this important gathering. It starts with a very simple statement. We are driven by a bold yet simple idea that Africa has the potential not only to feed its people, but also to contribute greatly to feeding the world. And to do so, well, we must reinvent agriculture in Africa, giving it the means to be an engine of innovation, sovereignty, and sustainable prosperity. This vision is a compelling mission for a company such as Innovex, as we operate at the intersection of food security and energy transition. In sectors like agriculture and water, of course, energy and chemicals. And we do that through a unique model that combines business building, investment, and ecosystem development. This model fits very nicely with the challenge around agriculture in this continent. A continent with over 60% of the world uncultivated arable land and home to 100 million facing food insecurity. A continent that remains heavily dependent on food imports. The reasons are very well known. I can mention a few of them: lack of infrastructure, limited access to finance, low productivity, and so on. But we know also where to find solutions. Many of them are actually in the room today. And it goes through farming techniques like regenerative agriculture, fertilization, smart irrigation, supply chain innovations, and downstream integration in agro-industries. So the path is clear. What we need now is a coordinated investment in innovation with a policy framework to support African farmers. Ultimately, breaking silos and building actionable alliances. And I must really insist, actionable alliances. From where I stand, we are proud to be part of this ecosystem that takes this matter very seriously, led by institutions like OCP, represented here by OCP Africa, IFC, and many other strategic partners, including AFD and BPI France, all working to make innovation and sustainability thrive in the African continent. The Startup Challenge with Digital Africa is an example of this collaboration, rewarding high-potential African entrepreneurs. So I will not take too much of your time, but let today be the day of honest dialogues and concrete commitments. Let's put in motion these alliances that will scale impactful solutions for the continent. Thank you again for being with us today, and I wish you a very productive forum.
Thank you very much, Amin Hussein, for your welcoming remarks. Thank you for sharing your vision, the vision of Innovex, and this strong belief for the need of actionable partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, next I'm pleased to invite Mr. Mohamed Hattiti, CEO of OCP Africa. Let's please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Sorry. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, all. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to be here today with you among leaders, innovators, and change makers. We know that we all are here today. That's because we share the same belief, the belief that Africa holds the key for world's food future. I'm honored to participate to the third edition of the Agrichain Investments in Africa Forum. My sincere thanks to Innovix for their vision, to IFC for their continued support and perseverance. This forum is more than gathering. It's a platform where ideas translate into actions, where African agriculture is being reimagined with urgency and purpose. Agriculture is the cornerstone, as we know, of Africa's transformation. It holds the power to deliver food security, create jobs, drive rural development, and support climate resilience. But unlocking that potential means we must invest broadly, de-risk smartly, and decarbonize internationally. This is the mission of MAVA, Mobilizing for Agricultural Value Chain in Africa, launched by OCP and IFC. Throughout this platform, we aim to mobilize up to 800 million by 2030 to power a double green revolution. On that, in agriculture and environmental. At OCP Africa, we are fully committed to this transformation. We don't just sell fertilizer, as you know, we build ecosystems that bring together research, technology, partnership, and proximity to the farmers and his ecosystems. Our work is rooted in understanding the soil, crops, farmers, and the ecosystems throughout data and science. We've mapped, as you know, up to 54 million hectares. We develop 52 customized formula. We install up to 17,000 demonstration plots, and we reach more than 4 million farmers in Africa. This initiative supports our customization approach. Only in 2025, we reach our sales, TSP sales, reach 22%, up from just 6% last year. This is not just a number. This is an evidence that when you deliver science-based solution, the farmer responds. Digital tools are also central on our technology. Our platforms, digital platforms, reach more than 250,000 farmers in 7 countries and support more than 11 countries by giving them the advice for the agriculture, weather conditions, market insights, but also agricultural information for our partners, government, and other international institutions. But as you know, none of us can do that alone, can de-risk the agricultural value chain alone. To truly scale up solutions, we must bridge innovation and finance and align capital not only to return, but for lasting impact. We need to ask, how do we build trust between the farmer and the financier, between the entrepreneur and the policymaker? Looking ahead, we must focus on 3 imperatives: innovation, inclusion, and investment. Innovation, that is local and evidence-based. Inclusion, that empowers smallholder farmers, mainly women and youths. Investment, that it's long-term and climate aligned. At OCP Africa, we are here for long terms to build systems, to strengthen resilience, and to develop the African agriculture ecosystems. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohamed Hattiti, for reaffirming your commitment at OCP Africa for strengthening the African agricultural scene. Ladies and gentlemen, now for a joint presentation outlining the platform that is now named MAVA. It is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage Mr. Nasser Qadiri, Senior Investment Officer at the IFC, and Mr. Younus Addou, Vice President Agribusiness and Sustainability Solutions at Innovex. Let's please give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Really pleased to be with you today and seeing all these friendly faces. Thank you very much for your participation. So we're going to start with a brief presentation of the MAVA platform, who we are, our ambition, what we do, and how we look forward tackling the issues that the different stakeholders locally are facing on a daily basis. So the presentation is here. Great. Well, following the introductory speech from Amin Hussam, CEO of Innovex, and Mohamed Hattiti, CEO of OCP Africa, so you already know pretty much these elements of context. You know the statistics, the famous 60% arable land statistics that are located in Africa, and how by improving the farming techniques, and how by strengthening the quality of the soil, the health and fertility of the soil, not only will we be able to address the SDG number 2, zero hunger, meaning addressing food security issue, but also we will strengthen the capacity of the African soil to sequestrate more and more carbon. Therefore, accelerating what we call the double green revolution. However, we will never be able to accelerate this double green revolution without a strong ecosystem of innovation. Speaking of innovation, we have done a small analysis of funding in innovation, climate tech and ag tech, globally versus Africa. And we found that different elements that are quite interesting. First one, when you compare the funding in value into innovative companies between 2020 and 2023, on a yearly basis, well, investment in Africa is a drop in the ocean. We're talking about a little bit more than 1%, $350 million on a yearly basis versus $30 billion globally. And at the same time, what we can see is that growth and late startups are specifically underserved in Africa versus globally, 78% globally, 45% in Africa. And this situation, we understand that it is due to different challenges that are quite interconnected. First one is that, and I'm sure you all agree with me, there is a highest perceived risk in Africa, whether we're talking about political risk, economical, social instability, climate risk today, unfortunately. Another challenge that explains this situation is the lack of local capital that is available for scale-up. There are less venture capital funds, private equity firms, strategic players that are less entitled to, or inclined, sorry, to invest in innovative companies in Africa, in this space, the food space. And last but not least, you have many startups that are able to attract philanthropies based on a more impact-focused model, and they cannot transition from that impact-focused model to a more commercially scalable operational model. Therefore, a lot of investment early stage in Africa, but they cannot go from early stage to a more commercially scalable stage because they don't have a strong business model enough to be able to attract the likes of the big VC firms and private equity firms.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm very honored to be here today. So just a few words about myself. So I am part of the IFC. I am the agribusiness investment hub lead for North Africa and the Horn of Africa. And I just want to give you a little bit of background where this initiative started and when. So it was I would say part of the OCP German vision. So this is important to note, and as IFC we follow that. So you know IFC is part of the World Bank Group, is the largest development financial institution worldwide with $44 billion investment last year. We have a portfolio of $7 billion in agribusiness, and 25% is in Africa. So we are very much focused on our investment in Africa. We have 40 offices in the continent. So it started in 2016 with the creation of OCP Africa, and of course following the transformation of OCP from a rock producer to a fertilizer company to innovation focused solutions to farmers. And with that vision and with the focus on Africa, I think the word from the chairman at that time was, we need to leapfrog what was done in the telecom sector. I still remember the anecdote, going directly to the mobile telecom without going through the infrastructure of fixed telecom. So we need to do the same for agribusiness. This is the future of Africa, so we need to do something. So it started how we can de-risk the value chains in Africa. We started our partnership with OCP at that time, in 2017, 2018, and then something came to IFC, which was new, which is the upstream engagement that we can provide to our clients, which was not the case before. We were focused on investment advisory, but now we were able to support, co-invest, co-develop ideas with our clients. So this is how the relationship on this started with OCP. We were able also to finance OCP with its expansion and blending solutions in Africa in 2019 with 12 countries that we serve for new blenders. So this was really, really important. And of course, the creation of UM6P and the innovation around blending and customized fertilizer is key. So this was really important, and we with Younes and other colleagues, we started working on specific value chains, in Senegal and Côte d'Ivoire, in rice and cashew, and then it led to signing of our agreement during the annual meetings of IFC, of the World Bank Group, in 2023. And what is interesting also to note is that with our new World Bank Group strategy, led and stated by our President AJ Banga during the annual meetings of 2024, it's really linked to the same subjects: how we can de-risk the value chains, with total investment targets of 9 billion, with 5 billion of mobilization by 2030. So I think it was really important to set the stage and to show how we work from the beginning on this initiative. And as IFC, we have, of course, our own capabilities, and the idea is really to keep the smallholder, the farmer, in the center of everything that we can do, and how we can bring solutions to him, through digitally enabled AgTechs, through also customized fertilizer, through fintech, and also insurtech, on the financing side, to see how we can definitely unlock the investment in those value chains. I don't know if you can go to the next one. This is for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nasser. So in terms of approach, we have set up an approach that is, I would say, multidimensional. What you can see here is different solutions that we want to leverage on to once again strengthen and catalyze this ecosystem of innovation. Well, you have figures, you have numbers, sorry, 1, 2, 3, and so on, but it doesn't mean that we need to start by stage number 1, then go into 2, and so on. It depends on the context, it depends on the scenario. So let me give you some examples. Let's start with number 5, strengthen innovation ecosystem. We are currently working on the launch of an alliance of incubators that will provide mentorship, training, support to the different innovative startups that we would have identified, targeted, and that we would have selected. So this is one tool that we can use to once again strengthen this innovation of ecosystem. And let's start with another scenario. Let's go to number 2, provide access to funding. We can start by providing access to funding. Actually today we are launching, in the next couple of weeks, we're launching a fund of fund with BPI France, our strategic partner. Isabelle, I think, will be ready by early next month. And this fund of fund will be invested into different private equity funds and VC funds, through which we will have access to their own portfolio of startups. Therefore, accessing innovative solutions, therefore, potentially test those solutions in different countries, on different value chains, demonstrate that it works, once again, scale up and address constraints that are faced by the smallholder farmers once again. The third one, we're talking about how we can facilitate access to market. Today we have the opportunity, and we are quite, I would say, blessed of being within the IFC ecosystem and OCP ecosystem, because we can leverage on those both ecosystems to facilitate access to, let's say, inputs, adapted inputs. Mohamed Hatiti mentioned customized inputs. This is really key in this journey to agri transition. But also secures outputs with partners that we have on the ground. So we can work with the startup. We can facilitate access for that startup to markets, to inputs, to financing with local commercial banks. We have Omar Balafesh, our partner from Bank of Africa, with some guarantees provided by IFC as well. So you see, the approach that we have is quite holistic. We are not here to provide an investment, or we are not here to provide technical assistance, or we're not here to provide the floor, like this event, for some startups to show who they are and showcase their business model. Actually, we want to do all of this, but we cannot do it on our own. We understand that we cannot do everything on our own. Today, we have our 2 funding sponsors. We have strategic partners, Life Day. We have BPI France. We have also the ISDB group as well, who are our partners. We can leverage on OCP Africa's presence in 12 or 13 countries across Africa. And thanks of all these partnerships, and hopefully with other partners that we will onboard and we will bring within the platform, we will be able to maximize the impact that we intend to have. See, Mohamed mentioned $800 million. Hopefully we'll be able to do even more than that figure. So this is our approach. However, we will not do everything across all agriculture sectors. So we will focus, once again, innovation. Everything is about innovation to accelerate, to fully integrate the remote smallholder farmers in remote areas. We will focus on 3 sub-segments. What we consider as digitally enabled aggregators, so typically the likes of Tribe Agric that we have today here and will present his company, and other players that we can see here. This is a non-exhaustive list, a mapping of some potential partners. Some of them we have already engaged with, some of them we are in discussions with, some of them we have just identified and we will start engaging with in the next few days, few weeks. Digitally enabled aggregators, the first sub-segment. The second sub-segment, fintech, insurtech. How can we facilitate access to financing for the smallholder farmers? What kind of solutions can we put on the ground to reach that last mile? And last but not least, and we talked about it and we'll still be talking about it, customization. Our capacity to provide localized green inputs that are adapted to the needs of the crop, the needs of the soil, and to once again reach that agri-transition and climate transition. I'm going to stop here. We try to make it concise, but we are here obviously, and the objective of this forum is to share, to discuss, and to get to know more and more each other. So thank you very much once again for your participation. Thank you for listening to us, and I hope you'll enjoy the different panels that will start right after this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nasser and Younes, for this inspiring presentation, and for setting the stage for the conversations that will follow in just a few seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to our plenary sessions, let's take a moment to discover the journey, the purpose, the vision behind MAVA. So let's watch this video together and we'll be back right after. Regardons la vidéo ensemble. Merci.
La plateforme MAVA se positionne sur l'ensemble des chaînes de valeur agricole en Afrique subsaharienne. Elle a pour mission principale de répondre aux défis de la sécurité alimentaire et des changements climatiques. Et pour ce faire, elle a une approche qui se concentre sur les startups innovantes, les entreprises innovantes qui ont des solutions adaptées. Ce projet est articulé et structuré autour de la chaîne de valeur et de la filière du riz. La Côte d'Ivoire consomme à peu près 3 millions de tonnes de riz annuellement et n'en produit que la moitié, avec une croissance d'ailleurs de la consommation de 5% par année. Et on est venu avec une approche holistique qui consiste à accompagner une entreprise innovante qui est Pula. Et autour de Pula, nous avons structuré en fait tout un écosystème avec différents acteurs, différentes parties prenantes. Il y a d'abord SimaPress et King Control qui sont deux agrégateurs qui agrègent des milliers de fermiers. Il y a des partenaires techniques. Il y a ensuite des partenaires financiers tels que la BOA, la Banque Africa, qui a mobilisé le financement. Il y a également la Société Générale, avec bien évidemment le support également de CP Côte d'Ivoire qui a apporté des intrants adaptés, customisés. Et donc à travers cet écosystème, on a permis de dérisquer tout le projet, ce qui a facilité la mobilisation de financement.
L'objectif majeur de la plateforme MAVA est de mobiliser du financement pour la production du riz. Les défis du financement du riz sont nombreux, entre autres la gestion des risques climatiques. Et c'est là où Pula intervient en proposant une assurance à indice de rendement qui permet de rassurer la banque sur la gestion notamment des risques climatiques et aussi améliorer leurs pratiques agricoles à l'effet d'augmenter leurs revenus au fil du temps.
Nous avons intégré un mécanisme de de-risking qui intègre certains éléments comme une assurance rendement. Et on a appliqué aussi un taux très compétitif. Le mécanisme de remboursement a été lissé sur le cycle agricole du projet. Cet impact-là aura un effet immédiat, on va dire, sur la filière risicole.
Nous transformons du riz et nous le proposons sur le marché ivoirien. Donc nous faisons la promotion du riz local. Au travers donc de ce programme de la JICA, on arrive à capter le maximum de production en temps réel et ça nous permet également d'envoyer vers nos unités de transformation une flux de matière beaucoup plus importante et qui nous permet de satisfaire en temps opportun les commandes de nos différents clients.
Je suis riziculteur à Subiaco. Avant, pour qu'on puisse être à ce niveau, pour qu'on puisse avoir du riz sur notre parcelle, c'était difficile. SimaPress aujourd'hui nous donne de la semence, des tracteurs, des motoculteurs, de sorte qu'on puisse s'en sortir. Donc je peux dire qu'avec SimaPress, nous gagnons notre vie.
Dans le cadre de ce projet pilote, l'ADERI a pour rôle de fournir la semence certifiée de qualité ainsi que de soutenir SimaPress dans la mise en place de cette unité de transformation. La plateforme MAVA a permis à SimaPress d'acquérir de financement et ce financement permettra à SimaPress de capter une grande quantité de paddy pour faire fonctionner cette usine.
L'idée, c'est de démontrer, avec les rendements visibles à ce stade, de démontrer en fait que c'est un projet qui fonctionne et qui est complètement dérisqué. Et à partir de là, on va aller à l'échelle, on va aller sur d'autres parcelles en Côte d'Ivoire avec d'autres partenaires, d'autres agrégateurs, mais on va aller également sur d'autres pays et potentiellement également sur d'autres filières.
Thank you. Now that we have set the context and seen the ambition behind MAVA, it is time for us to dive into our first conversation of the day. For this first plenary, we will focus on a really important question. How can innovation help de-risk agricultural value chains and unlock more financing, especially for smallholder farmers and agri-SMEs? Now, as we all know, agriculture represents between 20-25% of Africa's GDP, yet it only attracts 3 to 4% of bank loans. And this mismatch is striking. It is also revealing because very often risk is cited as the main cause. Now, what if innovation helps us flip the narrative? What if innovation across technology, across partnerships, across also financial instruments could help us really enable that and make agriculture more investable? Now, I want to take a pause here just to let you all know that there is an app. If in case you did not download the WOVA app, the team is showing a QR code just behind me. I really invite you to pull out your phones, scan this QR code, because as Eunice mentioned before, this is really about interacting with you also. We want to dive into your experiences, into your thoughts. So before I invite my guests, please make sure to download the WOVA app. I also want to acknowledge the presence of all of you following us on this live streaming. Hello and thank you for being with us online. We also want to hear from you as well, so please feel free to share your questions, your thoughts in the comments section. Now, I'll have the pleasure of moderating this session, and I am thrilled, really thrilled to be joined by a distinguished panel of speakers, each bringing a different perspective, from finance and venture capital to startups, development institutions, and public policy. Now, please join me in welcoming our panelists on the stage. I'm calling on Mrs. Isabelle Bébéard, Director, Head of International and European Affairs, BPI France. Let's please give her a round of applause as she's making her way to the stage. I'm calling up Anoop Jagwani, Global Head of Agribusiness IFC. Welcome to you. Bienvenue. Please take a seat right here. We're also joined by Mr. Marc Kahn, Managing Partner, Omnivore. Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Omar Balafrej, Business Development Director, Bank of Africa. Hello and welcome. Nice to see you. Please have a seat. We're also joined by Mr. Grégoire de Padirac, CEO, Digital Africa. Welcome. Hello, and nice to have you here. Welcome to you. And last but certainly not least, please welcome Ayo Arikawe, co-founder and CTO of Thrive Agric. Let's give him a round of applause. Such a pleasure having you. Please take a seat. Wonderful panel across different perspectives. I cannot wait to dive into this conversation, cannot wait for you also to be part of it and again to share your thoughts and questions. Thank you again for joining us for this first plenary of the day. And I'm gonna dive right into it with a first question to you, Omar Balafrej. So let's start with your perspective as a bank. What are the main challenges that you face when it comes to financing farmers directly? And what role could dedicated guarantees play in unlocking more targeted financing for the sector?
Thank you. First, I'm very happy to be here for the first time in Benguerir, and happy of this in process partnership we started with Eunice a couple of years ago, and we have with IFC. Regarding your question, let me put you mentioned it, but about banks in Africa. Us as a group, BOA, we finance about $200 million per year in agriculture. But we consider it not to be enough, and we want to double it, at least to double it, to reach what you mentioned about in terms of percentage of GDP. So the challenge is quite big. What we do currently and for the last years is very classical financing. We finance the big players, the big exporters, and some off-takers. But we, up to now, hardly got into the cooperatives or farmers. And we believe that we should try to go there. I'm saying it's not everywhere the case. In some countries we managed to do it. In Burkina Faso, I'll come back to it if there is a question on it. But on the other countries, we stop at the level of the off-takers, the exporters, big off-takers. The difficulty with the farmer is basically we, as bankers, our bankers, they're not, they don't consider it's their job. To work with farmers. So it's another job. So it's a question first of culture, I think, clearly. And I think it's the case for most of private banks. So it's financing the small farmer is considered a job of microfinance institutions or agriculture banks, which are mainly public banks. So private banks and agricultures and financing farmers is something quite new. So our main challenge, I would say, is a cultural challenge.
Yeah, and shifting the mindset and trying to find the right,
and then solve the problems that you face when you finance a farmer and you lend him money in January and you have to wait until June or August to get back your money. So you have to control the harvest. A lot of things, a lot of processes that should be changed within the banks.
Absolutely.
Okay. But we believe that we have to do it, and we have no choice. That's the future of the continent, and the future as well of the banking system. We cannot stop at just financing big corporates. The future is financing more SMEs, and when you talk about SMEs in Africa, a lot of them are in the agriculture ecosystem.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for sharing your perspective. We'll take more perspectives on this, and I'm moving on to you now, Ayo. You come from the startup side of this equation, right? And so you've been working on practical innovations that are helping finance farmers on the ground. From your perspective, what solutions are helping de-risk agricultural lending and make it viable for smallholder farmers?
Thank you for that, and glad to be here. First time in Morocco, and I'm having a good time.
Oh, welcome to you. Let's give him a round of applause. First time in Morocco.
Thank you. Yeah. I think like the way we've sort of like figured it out, and I'm still figuring it out, is by looking through, I mean, what's really the dynamics of the farmer's life on a day-to-day, right? So the farmers, typical smallholder farmer, there's not enough identification around them, whether it's KYC data, there's not enough data around either their soil or what they are growing, how they are growing it. And then lastly, the typical smallholder farmer has a cyclical way of earning, right? So it ends at the end of the season. So I think what we've tried to do in terms of figuring out how do we work with banks is capture like the data that the banks need, right? So who are these farmers, where do they live, what are they growing, what have they grown historically, what's their standing within the community, do the communities endorse them, like with their co-farmer lend to them as an example. And at the end, they also figure out how do you get them the right inputs that help them to grow, right? So they're getting the right seeds and fertilizers, they know when to apply it, how best to apply it. And then at the end of the day also, how do they sell their products, right? So our belief is the way to essentially work with smallholder farmers and lend to them is to think about from an ecosystem perspective, right? How is value moving across the chain? And how do you ensure that translates the money to farmers? Today, we work across 6 African markets, working close to 1 million farmers. We've been able to deploy about $200 million in financing to farmers, and our current NPL is still under 3%, right? So it shows that it actually can work. I think you just really need to see what's the way to partner with banks in a way that you can give them that visibility, right, into the farmer standing, into how trust is understood in those communities, how are you translating loans to inputs, how are you translating produce back to cash that goes to repayment to the banks? And I guess if we can look at that structure, scale it, digitize it more effectively, then we can definitely like channel more financing to farmers.
Thank you very much for sharing that, and congratulations on what you already achieved. Those numbers are really promising. Thank you, Ayu. I'll be back to you with more questions on your startup. Moving now to Grégoire, as a VC investing in innovation across the continent, where do you see the most promising technologies, and what is your view on the current, investment trends in agri-tech, particularly compared to other segments such as fintech, for instance?
Yeah, so Digital Africa, we are a subsidiary of ProParco, AFD, very happy to partner with OCP and be here today to talk about agri-tech. Briefly, so Digital Africa, we invest into startup at very seed stage, and agri-tech is 20% of our portfolio, so quite impressed by that figure that I discovered this morning, preparing this panel. The trends of agri-tech is not great today when we look at the VC industry. If we look at the Partech reports, agri-tech account for 90 million investment across the continent. It's nothing. It's less than 8% of the total funding of the continent, while it's the agri-tech investment, the deals count for 25% of the total deals of the continent. So it means that most agri-tech receive very little tickets, and the sectors is very seed. We don't see enough Series A, Series B in agri-tech. So we are talking about small startups. And the trends was not good because it decreased by 30% between last year and this year. So that's part of the winter in VC industry. There is nothing surprising. But considering the challenge we have, it's important to change that. That's why we see so many impact funds trying to solve that issue. I would say the other big challenge is the fact that most of the agri-tech fundings are super concentrated into one country, which is Kenya today. So we don't see enough agri-tech in other parts of the continent. That's why we are trying to solve that, investing into agri-tech into 10 countries today, but it's not enough. Well, that's the first answer to the question on what the VC industry is doing about agri-tech. Then in terms of tech, I would be the first one to say AI today, which is a privilege. Definitely it's a technology which is changing a lot. Technology, the basic of technology, and I think we'll comment this all day, is that it creates data. And data is super important because, as you know, most of the farmers of the continent are very small farmers. They cultivate less than 1 hectare. 70% of them, 250 million African farmers are cultivating less than 1 hectare. So their margins are so small. The uncertainties are high. So the question is how tech data can solve that, creates more predictability and increase the margin for the farmers to secure the food production. That will be the topic of the day, so I stop here. You will have other questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, and we'll be back to you for more about the challenges also that you see in the sector. Turning to you now, Isabelle Bébéard. So BPI France has a lot of experience, obviously, in supporting innovation and green transition. What are some ideas and approaches from your work that could inspire how we support agri-innovation and early-stage startups in Africa?
Hello, everybody, and thank you to OCP and Innovix for the invitation. Happy to be here. In fact, we at BPI France, we've been investing in Africa for a long time. We began to invest in VC and PE funds in 2003. So we have a long experience in that field, but we did not invest specifically in agri-tech or climate. And but some years ago we had discussions with several industrials, and then we've met also OCP and Innovix, and we had a long discussion of. And I think this discussion was really deepened by the COVID crisis with this obligation of improving food security in Africa, with the conflicts also of Ukraine. And we had this idea of we have to create leverage, and this idea of fund-to-fund dedicated. Younes told you about this project.
MAVA platform.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And so we have the idea of creating together this fund-to-fund dedicated to food security and climate. So our objective is to really to finance VC, PE, and debt funds that will be able to finance companies bringing solutions on food security and on climate adaptation. Because you know that it's also a big challenge for the food security and the agriculture in Africa. So we are going to launch this vehicle in a few weeks. We are just making the final details. But the first close will be at 50 million euros, and the final size of a fund will be 100 million euros. And our objective is to invest in at least 8 or 10 different funds. And voilà.
Yeah, and I'll be back to you to learn a bit more about this partnership. And as a reminder, you are a strategic partner of the MAVA platform. Thank you very much, Isabelle, for that input. Marc, I'd love your perspective on the topic of the panel today. What could you share from your perspective?
So, Omnivore is not yet an investor in Africa, but we are the largest, oldest, and most active agri-food VC in India, which is one of the kind of critical agri-tech markets globally. And I think that there is a tremendous amount of learnings in both directions that can help entrepreneurs. And so if you look at the journey in India since we started investing in 2011, what has really taken off more than anything else are what we would characterize as either digital value chains or digitally native agribusinesses. That's a lot of what we've backed. That's a lot of what has seen the most success. And when I say digitally, digital value chains or digitally native agribusinesses, I'm talking about companies like a Dehat, companies like NinjaCart, companies like AgroStar, companies, Stellaps, many others that have managed to scale to a really sizable level. In our portfolio, companies that are along these lines have reached, I think at this point, about 15 million Indian farmers. So that's about 15% of the largest farming population in the world. And the important thing about these digital platforms or digital value chains is that they facilitate the flow of finance in a smallholder ecosystem. I don't honestly think there's any other way in a smallholder ecosystem that you can really bring finance to the individual farmer level. Underwriting individual farmers, right, from a large financial institution is basically impossible when they're farming 1 acre, 2 acre, 3 acres. You can't underwrite it.
All right, can we pause here? Can you walk us through where digital really is helping? I'd love for the audience to take an example and break it down for us.
Absolutely. Let me give you an example of one of our portfolio companies called Arya. Arya is the largest post-harvest agri-tech in India. So Arya does 3 things. Arya runs the largest network of warehouses, micro warehouses in villages across rural India. Arya then works with farmers and traders who store commodities in those warehouses and then extends credit to those farmers and traders backed by the commodities that are stored in those warehouses, and finally facilitates the sale of those commodities on behalf of people storing in their warehouses. It is the ultimate secured credit game in rural India.
All through a digital platform?
No, purely digital in a smallholder ecosystem will not work.
Okay.
Everything is, I hate this term, phygital, but digitally backed. And the point is that you have to use embedded fintech to embed smallholder farmers into an ecosystem, as the fellow from Thrive Agric was sharing, in order to bring credit into this ecosystem. But when you do that, when these digitally native agribusinesses, these digital value chains do that, you can start getting the flow of credit into the hands of smallholder farmers, even if it's not that you're immediately underwriting them directly. You know, another great example is we have a portfolio called Agrim. Agrim is the largest platform of agri-retailers, independent agri-retailers in India. These guys facilitate the flow. They run a B2B marketplace, which means that they sell various agri-inputs to these mom-and-pop agri-retailers. But once you do that, you can then underwrite credit to those agri-retailers. And when you underwrite credit to an agri-retailer, the agri-retailer, who actually knows the farmers in the village, can then underwrite their informal credit to those farmers at lower rates. And so basically by building this organizational and informational layer over a smallholder farming ecosystem, you actually get credit directly into the hands of farmers, but you're not putting it there yourself. You're making the changes that are necessary, stitching the ecosystem together in such a way that credit begins to flow more naturally to where it needs to go.
Thank you very much. Really interesting. Thank you for that perspective. On to you now, Anoop. You've heard the perspectives of different institutions, commercial banks, startup, development bank, VCs, and now from IFC standpoint, what needs to happen to help scale up financing and adoption of innovation in agriculture? What are you looking for when you're working with banks and agtech companies on the continent?
Thank you, Manal, and pleasure being here with you today. Some clients as well in this on this panel. So look, I think people don't realize it. Agribusiness is essentially risky. You know, think of all the variables that go into producing something, right? From the soil to the seed to the weather to the water to the soil microbiome. You just have so many variables. I don't know if you've tried taking care of a plant just in your house, everything's set. Even that many of us don't manage, right? Forget about feeding yourself and feeding the world on this. So, and there's a reason it hasn't attracted the kind of capital that people talk about. So 3% of the capital from banks goes to agri companies, right? So really small percentage. And there's another thing. It was interesting to hear Omar say cultural aspect. I was thinking more it's almost a proximity thing. Banks are mostly in the cities, and so you finance what you know there. You don't have our people out in rural areas to understand. Maybe there's a proximity to market issue as well that helps you understand, you know, the farmer. But so, and if you look at how it's developed agriculture over time, you've had de-risking of the different elements, right? So in the more advanced markets, you've had mechanization, seed development, irrigation. So you've kind of taken care of a lot of the risks that were there. And then on the supply chain side, the commodity markets being developed, and of course the whole infrastructure of the warehousing. So step by step, you've de-risked it. We don't have that in most of the developing countries today, right? So whether it's inputs, the adoption of hybrid seeds. Hybrid seeds are fundamental to, you know, we were discussing yesterday among some of us, seeds are fundamental to the yield, contributing 60 to 70%. So they just did a study. Everything else, you know, you put aside, but seeds contribute. Hybrid seeds adoption. Hybrid seeds have been around for a long time. So I want to emphasize that you have all these risks, and now we're bringing in technology to address these risks, right? So as a banker, of course, you want to see that both on-farm and off-farm. So Mark talked about how digitization can help some of the off-farm activities with the examples that we use. You have a electronic piece of paper, And in agri, working capital is a big part of it, right? Which is many banks don't understand this, or financiers don't understand this, and investors in agri-tech don't understand it. It's a long cycle. The tech that you have in SaaS models, you will get something back next week, and you can develop another prototype and send it out there and try something else the following week. But in agri, you've got to wait one whole season, one whole year to actually know what is working, what's not working on the farm level, right? But the digitization of farm can happen at a much rapid pace. We do need, what's still missing is the physical infrastructure. So in the case Mark used the example, there was existing warehouses people leveraged to say without having to necessarily build new ones. But in many places, we wouldn't need that physical infrastructure, right? So as a bank, when you're looking at it, you're looking at ways that you can de-risk in different parts of the value chain before you can say, yes, I can provide this financing that makes sense, right? And finally, I want to add that despite all these things being put, say, in some of the developed markets, one of the biggest line items in state budgets in Europe or the US is support to the farmers, right? And so you look at the amount of support that goes for the farmers, and there is a good rationale, of course, is they feed us. There's a client of mine in the agri space many years ago. He says they're an intermediary, and they say my job is to buy high and sell low, because we as consumers want a low price at the end of the day. So he has to sell low, but at the same time give a high price to the farmers, and so he has to buy at a high price. So it's tricky being an intermediary and the business model and continues to evolve, of course, but some fundamental things still remain the same, that we need to take care of the yields and the supply chain aspects that are needed in this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you, for these perspectives. Now, building on that, in the second round of questions, we'll look to dig a bit deeper and to see how we could, work towards enabling scale. Back to you, Omar, now. You've mentioned the need for intermediaries and agtechs that can probably monitor and assist farmers on behalf of the banks because of that, different mindset, and the banks thinking that it is not their role to be doing that job on the ground. Could you elaborate on the challenges banks face when it comes to loan recovery, and how do you see tech-enabled intermediaries play that role in helping you do that?
Yeah, thank you. And that's, I think it was mentioned before, and my colleague, when you mentioned it's not totally digital, but it is physical. The agtechs, to my mind, for that part, for the banks, they're partners when they can play a role that banks should be playing, like the physical part, being close to your customer, knowing better the customer, controlling the customer, things that in agricultures, the banks, I know, are not used to do it. The classical banking is in, the bank manager is in his branch. He can go, let's say, a few miles from his branch, but he doesn't go on the ground at 6 a.m. That's another...
That's the reality of it, right?
Yeah, that's the reality, which is done maybe properly by microfinance institutions. But then microfinance institutions, I want to say something. It's great, microfinance institution, but it's on the long run, it's not I think it's not the solution, because if you take the West Africa, when you're a farmer and you borrow from a microfinance institution, you borrow at 25%. A bank, if you in the banking system, it's locked at, it's a maximum of 15, so it's 10% we're talking about. So if we want to develop and having cheaper loans for farmers, we need the banks, basically. So to answer your question, the agtech, so they would provide this flexibility, play the role on the ground. This is typically physical, and help by technology. Technology today enable you to have tools to, let's say the word, control your customers from far. With a satellite, with mobile, with things that you have, then you control where you put your money. That's the case. So that's, for me, that's very simple on that aspect. So I want to mention something I think very interesting when you're talking about financing agriculture as a whole. That is what you mentioned as well, is the retailers, the agri-retailers. This is something I think very key, and we don't talk a lot about it when we talk about agriculture, but I think in most of our countries, financing the retailers and having the retailers getting into the banking system is maybe an easier one to do it. And for that, I mentioned, we're trying some pilots with OCP. We're very happy to partner with such a big player that have the same great vision for the whole continent. And we believe that that's maybe a way to go faster in financing agriculture and to reach, at the end, the farmer, instead of hoping to go directly to the farmer, which is maybe too difficult. But you go through first the retailer, that he played the role, he financed the farmer informally, but if you get him into the system, it's already something important. And you can scale. That's for us as a bank, I was mentioning, the bank group, at the end of the day, it's numbers. Today we have $200 million per year. We should be at 400, 500 million. So I'm pushing for pilots, but at some point, my bosses, he said, we want figures at the level of the group.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much, Omar, for sharing that perspective. Ayo, building on Omar's point right now, could you share more about your ecosystem approach in Nigeria? How has integrating actors like mobile money providers, off-takers, and banks help you scale? And what does future scale look to you?
Absolutely. I think I'll kind of walk through the value chain a bit. So when you look at that, the farmer's end, right? So what's important to banks at the onset? KYC data, right? So as an example, in Nigeria, almost 90% of the farmers we work with don't have what we call a BVN, which is a bank verification number. So literally have no accounts in the first place, right? So how do we help the banks capture that data? How do we help them map the land, know who the farmers are, what the farmers are growing? And that's sort of like very integrated with bank partnership. Banks understand that. Then we take that to, the next thing is now the farmers want the inputs, right? Even if you give the farmers cash, so they've qualified for cash, do they get the right seeds, the right fertilizers, what sort of products do they use? If they use the wrong thing or don't use it well or buy the wrong products, then that's gone to waste, right? And the yields are going to be poor. So then we work with partners like OCP to design like very specific fertilizers, what the farmers need in location, what's great for rice in Kano, what's great for maize in somewhere in Nairobi as an example, and ensure the farmers are getting exactly the inputs they need to improve their yields. In the markets we're working in, we're seeing farmers get about 3 to 4 times the national average as an example. And then also then just working with them again to provide the advice. So now we have critical data around the farmers, when's the best time for them to plant, when's the best time to fertilize, how should they go about the process, if there's a pest attack, what should they do? And then still again providing that service to the farmers. Then it's time to sell their products, right? So the farmers want to sell, and as an example, let's say a flour mills of Nigeria wants their maize in 50 kg bags, they want a particular moisture content, sort of different from what maybe a Nestle wants, different from what a buyer in the Netherlands wants, right? Being able to, again, to work with these FMCGs to ensure that what the farmers are bringing out of their farms and how they're packaging and storing those products meet the specifics of the end users, right? So you see how we're able to, just by understanding what the ecosystem wants and translating that to the farmers, and then also putting the farmers in clusters and cooperatives in a way they're able to share this knowledge, achieve economics of scale, and distribute like this product and advice, we're then able to transfer value back to the farmers that would have been almost impossible to unlock themselves working individually, or by a bank just literally walking up to the farmers to say, hey, I'll give you $8,000 and I'll come back 6 months' time to receive $8,000 plus 25% or maybe 60%. Would just be impossible to do that directly.
Thank you for that. Ayo. Grégoire, second question for you. Earlier, building on what you said earlier, you mentioned that there's a small share of VC funding going into agri-tech. So what kind of solutions do you think are urgently needed to help agri-tech startups go beyond pilot? What are the challenges in accessing working capital and local current debt?
So let me take a step back on the agri-tech value chain. I see three big components of agritech, which is first crop planning, then smart farming, and then from farm gate to fork. You will find there a good scheme to put all the agritech. And at the end, the big issue for me is the scale. And how you make sure you can find, you can unlock the capacity of those startups to scale. It's different for those three families. Crop planning, it's business model. You need to find people able to pay for data. There are so many small farmers, they won't gather all together to pay for having the data to properly plan their crop. And the collectivities don't have the capacity to pay for that. So who's going to pay for that? Governments? Big DFIs? It's difficult. So today, those companies are trying to monetize decarbonation, credit to leverage the data they have to provide this information to those farmers. But the path is not easy. Then you take smart farming. I think this is where we'll see most of the impact on the fruit production. Here we have another issue, is how do you make sure that the small farmers are using tech? There is no incentive for them. It costs, their margins are so thin, the infrastructure is very often very bad. They don't have connection, they don't have smartphones, and they don't have they are not speaking the language that the application are using, and they are not even able to read for some of them. So how do you find technologies which can easily go to speech to text, text to speech, managing different dialects? So we are starting to see some new innovation in terms of UX, like for instance in Morocco, Toumea managing different dialects. So we see innovation, but it's still very early. And then in terms of incentive to adopt those technologies, the big need they have, and you were mentioning it, is access to funding. And this is what we were talking about. This is, for me, the only hack of acquisition to put technology in the hands of farmers. Otherwise, they won't see the incentive. And the problem they have is today, the access to working cap at a fair price is impossible on the continent. So this is, I think, a biggest challenge, and we won't solve it now. Technology is definitely a good way to do that, because data, predictability will decrease the price. Embedded finance will decrease the price of access to finance. And then the last family, which is logistics. Obviously, there is a huge impact. It's the easiest way. You have Yola Fresh in Morocco, which is scaling on that business model. It's a ninja cart of Morocco.
We are very proud of Yola Fresh that have been recognized during GITEX. Congratulations to both of you.
So I think a huge impact here as well. They can reduce the loss rate of 50% to 5%. It's incredible. I think it's easier to scale on that part of the agritech, because I would say the capacity to pay for that is the fastest one to implement now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Grégoire. Mark, I'd love your perspective on that also. In your perspective, what is needed, to help agtech startup grow beyond pilots and to scale?
Besides product market fit? Look, I think, and I said this on the GITEX panel yesterday, that we use a term agritech that is sectoral, but isn't particularly useful for thinking about business models. Grégoire had a construct, we have a slightly different one. We think that we fund fundamentally 4 different kinds of business models that all operate quite differently. The first is digital value chains, where we talked about it. They're all, by definition, phygital, and they're basically building an organizational layer, whether you call it a platform or a marketplace, over some hyper-fragmented part of the agricultural economy. The second is what we call emerging technologies. This is the robotics, the IoT, right, the life sciences, the material sciences. These are fundamentally nothing like the experience of entrepreneurship in digital value chains. Third, we do sustainable consumer brands, because if you can change what consumers are buying, you can build a value chain backwards and change the way farmers are farming, and everyone makes money. And finally, we do this entire space of rural fintech, where the challenge, which may be very, very different from the more full stack models of digital value chains. I think in all of these, the path to success looks very different, and what you want entrepreneurs to focus on are very, very different. When I think about digital value chains, fundamentally, it's about unit economics. Basically, if you don't have good unit economics at your seed stage, I promise you, by your Series D, it will not look much better, right? This notion that you can be unprofitable or have a terrible contribution margin when you're small, but when you're big, it's gonna be fine. This is the source of pain and fraud and bankruptcy that has, by the way, plagued our ecosystem. Thankfully, a little bit less in Africa. Right now, it's Southeast Asia that's the disaster in this space. And so, like, an unrelenting focus on both unit economics and the working capital cash conversion cycle is the key here, right? If we go to the other themes, it's all different, right? If we think about emerging technologies, this is much more the deep tech investor playbook, right? So how do you expand beyond pilots? Actually, it's okay to start with pilots. You're building something that is brand new, that never existed before. Getting those B2B pilots are how every deep tech scales in the world. And so I think that's actually quite probably the right way to do it initially. When it comes to sustainable consumer brands, it's really back to unit economics, but really you want to see something that breaks through the clutter and can manage the back end without that breaking. And so the business models vary. I think the term agri-tech is a little bit incorrect because these businesses are so different.
Yeah. Makes sense. Thank you. Thank you for that perspective, Mark. Isabelle, moving on to you now. And ladies and gentlemen, please make sure if you have any questions, comments, I'll be opening the floor to questions from the audience in just a couple of minutes as we wrap up the session. But before that, I'd love to get back to you, Isabelle, and have some sort of illustration into what you do at BPI France. And if you could walk us through a specific example that you have invested in.
Okay. If I tell again the story, when we decided with Innovix to create these financial tools, we found that more than 80 teams were managing or raising funds dedicated to agribusiness in Africa. So I think that it's a sign that even if there is not enough funds at the moment, it's a sector that interests a lot of people, and a lot of people see a very interesting perspective. And if I can illustrate what we have done by one example, I think it's an example I choose because it's an example where you can have it's a company that can have a huge impact at the same time on food security and climate adaptation, but also a big success and even expanded outside Africa. The example I would like to take is the example of iRobotics. iRobotics, it's a startup financed by Cathay Africa Invest. I know that Yassine Saifi from Africa Invest is here normally in the room. It's a company that with drones and artificial intelligence, that take pictures of crops and is able to detect diseases, parasites, and with a digital platform you can detect exactly where you have to put more water, more fertilizer, etc., etc. So you can detect the problem and sometimes it's the insufficiency of things. And so of course it's adapted to more than to big exploitation. And one of the success of a company is to work with the United States at the moment and to work with big farmers in the United States. So it's really, I think, an example that shows at the same time the financial perspectives, because at the end of the day, if we want that the investments in agribusiness continue to be attractive, you have to find financial interest, and also the development perspective where we can manage at the same time food security and climate adaptation. Voilà. And what we are going also to do with this platform is to connect those companies in Africa with French and European companies, because we think we have business to do between the two continents. Mm-hmm. And that's one of our objectives, and I think it's a win-win agreement for both of us.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Anoop, as we close this conversation, what are the top 2 or 3 critical enablers we need to focus on today to truly, de-risk agriculture, accelerate innovation across Africa and beyond? And how do you see institutions like IFC supporting this transformation?
Thank you, Manal. So I think the critical enablers, we started off with that. You saw the presentation of the MAVA platform, right? So partnerships, unique partnerships are key. We're seeing that even now on this stage. Tribe Agric working with BOA and IFC supporting in that financing. We're exploring a whole new different model. So that's my other bit. So partnerships that bring very different business models to it, to show that we can finance agriculture in a certain way and scale up financing to the sector. And the instruments like blended finance become really important. So that's the third thing I would say, is how do we bring in these blended finance solutions that allow, I mentioned the outsized role that the public sector has in many of these countries, right? So we really need the blended finance and we heard also about another instrument that we've been leveraging with Pula, climate risk insurance. So now that's another investee company of IFC that we've brought into the picture to de-risk. So you have different things that you can work on to, of course, de-risk, and that to do that, you bring the unique partnerships. The IFC and OCP partnership, for example, is something, bringing a financier together with a player that is originally on the input side, but has expanded to see how they can bring solutions, and people are thinking differently. We need to bring solutions rather than just a product to market. And these unique partnerships, I think, will help us then unlock some of those innovative instruments that we're looking for, right? And de-risk and create new business models as well that will allow us to scale financing to the sector.
Thank you very much for that. One message is clear, is that there is no single actor that can solve this alone, and it takes really an ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have 15 minutes for a Q&A, so thank you so much. I see many questions flowing through the WUVA app. Thank you for engaging with us in this conversation. So let me pick this question from Bouchaib Boulanoir. Thank you, Bouchaib, for your question. So he's saying, thank you for the good conversation. What do you, as private actors, expect from policymakers in order to increase the flow of investment into the agribusiness space? Would you like to react to this one, or you want me to read probably 3 questions and then react to all of them, right? So this was a first question. Another one is, for actors like IFC and BPI, what kind of partnerships do you seek with local capital providers or ecosystem actors when designing de-risking instruments for agricultural value chains? So this is a second one, last one, a question about carbon sequestration, and the question is, what can unlock financing for carbon sequestration in agriculture, and is this prioritized? So I'm turning to you, ladies and gentlemen, please react to any of these questions.
Yeah, maybe I can start with a couple of, so on the policy side, it's one of the key areas for us. When we look at scaling agribusiness and the world as a World Bank group and looked at Sub-Saharan Africa, policy changes became an important piece. Where exactly? It goes down to a simple area such as warehouse receipts. If you set up warehouse receipts, you've got a whole system triggered for now financing working capital. A very simple mechanism. Look at the subsidies going to different parts of the agri-value chain. What are smart subsidies that you can put into place rather than, in some cases, maybe wasteful subsidies, right? We need to transform the agri-system. So we have, as the World Bank Group, especially as this institution on the bank side, is working a lot on the policy aspect, right? I think there was the second question also was around IFC, and from local actors, I think local innovation is important because, as Mark was sort of drawing out the examples, you need very localized solutions because the system, the way it operates is different in each country. So local players need to develop those solutions. Now, you can leverage some of the learnings that have happened in other places, some of the business models in the other places, some of the management expertise. So there are a number of things you can leverage, but at the end of the day, you've got to tailor local solutions because the value chains are different, and just the way the system works in terms of transport, what role state and non-state actors play, private sector plays, is extremely different. So you've got to develop local solutions. Finally, since I've spent a bit of time on carbon, I'm just going to add on that. Look, it's not the easiest. People saw that as something that, okay, we've got carbon credits that'll help us, you know. For smallholders in particular, it's challenging. So you need aggregators. Aggregators who say, look, I have this solution, and there some of them are doing this, that helps to reduce emissions at the field level. Now, it may be inputs, it may be, and in one particular case, we had a drip irrigation company that worked with us on this. What it took was, so if some of you want to know the process is, you've got to have in the voluntary carbon markets a methodology registered that's accepted as a way to reduce emissions. So you take a baseline approach and of doing something, and then you say, my approach, let's say growing rice in this case, with drip irrigation versus non-drip irrigation is going to reduce emissions by so much. You demonstrate that, you've got to have that registered. After that, once you implement the project, you've got to then start saying, how do I get the credit? So you've got to show data, you have a verifier come in, so it's a long cycle. From the first day to, before you actually see money, it'll be 2 or 3 years at the earliest, right? And when it comes to smallholders, you need that aggregator that then files for those carbon credits, to get those carbon credits, and then distributes the benefits out to the farmer. And we're seeing that in several areas. Biochar is one of those areas enabled by carbon credits. But it's a complex space that is also constantly evolving in the current environment.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to react to this first set of questions? Please, Omar.
Yeah, on involvement of government, I would say something maybe that we forgot to mention, but it's start maybe with our governments should actually ask banks, I'm talking about the banks, to finance more the private sectors than do market activities. It's something that's, I think from time to time more bank is studying it, but you should see the figures. You see a lot of banks, they do more than 60, 70% of their business is just market activity. They gather money from people and they put on bonds and everything. And we know that for the development of an economy, you need to have banks financing the private sectors. And when I say private sectors, okay, everybody finances the corporates, but you have to finance SMEs. So before even talking about agribusiness. Then specifically on agribusiness, I mentioned in the beginning that we have a kind of case study which is interesting. It's Burkina Faso. The ecosystem around cotton is working quite well with a good involvement of the government. That's actually organized the whole ecosystem with the big off-takers that manage with the farmers almost everything, from the inputs to the export of their export or selling even locally the cotton. And for us as BOE, but we're not the only bank doing it, we lend money for the last 5 years to directly to quite small farmers at a maximum of 10%. I'm talking interest rate at 10%. I'm saying this because small farmers, when they try to borrow money, as microfinance is asking 25. So that's what we should, we're talking about Western Africa. We go to Nigeria, Ghana, it goes up to maybe it's 8% per
nodding
month.
his head, yeah.
8% per month. So this it was mentioned earlier, but this question of access to finance, okay, but access to finance to a reasonable price, because otherwise the farmer won't see why he would borrow money if all the money go to the people that lend him the money.
Thank you very much. Isabelle, a reaction, and then I'm going to add 2 questions. They are probably for Marc and Grégoire.
Of course. Perhaps when you want companies to grow and to be created, you have to create a favorable ecosystem, and I think that's why we can wait for government. Okay, I've talked about investment because it's my part, but you're totally right. You need also to have credits with good rates for entrepreneurs. You need to have accelerators, incubators. You need to have grants, etc. So, and as easy access for entrepreneurs to this kind of tools. So if I take the example of BPI France, in France we have created BPI France is the one-stop shop for entrepreneurs. So one entrepreneur everywhere in France can find an office and have someone giving them solution. And I think that's an example of what we can do here in Africa, just to facilitate the nascence and the growth of entrepreneurs. And there are countries already in Africa working on this idea, and I know that Morocco, for example, and the example of what is doing OCP, Innovix, and UMCSP is really incredible. Just putting all the different tools that are needed for entrepreneurs in the agrotech, and voilà, you need a global vision, in fact, of a problem to solve the solution.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Okay, let me add in a couple questions, as many are flowing, and thank you again. Again, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure that you've downloaded the WUVA app. Okay, it's really simple. Once you've downloaded it, you just search for Agri Finance Forum, and then you could submit directly your questions, and we receive them live here. So another question from Lina: what are the criteria you're looking for to finance a startup or a business in agriculture as a VC and a bank? And another question also: what emerging technologies are you most excited about that can have a transformative impact in the challenging African farming environment? This is a question from Robert. And final one: what role could the African diaspora of entrepreneurs and business professionals play in the ecosystem? Let me stop here. Yes, please, Mark.
Sure. So what do we look for? We always say 4 T's, which is team, TAM, tech, and traction. Team, it's basically all about founder market fit. Are these the right people to build a business of this scale. What is founder market fit? It's basically what you look at when you're looking at an early stage company. Who is the founding team? What did they do before? What about these people gives you the sense that they're going to be able to go through what is the founder's journey, which is an almost mythologically painful process of experiencing near-death situations every 6 to 24 months, raising money, building a world-class team, and more or less trying to defy gravity, right? Trying to avoid failure. So you really, really are filtering for truly remarkable people. TAM, which is this a big enough market to bother building anything for, right? The problem that people don't understand about venture capital is it is a financial product. People want, we constantly are pitched for really cool things that are terribly small and could at best be a $10 million business, which is lovely. But this conflation of what is a good SME and what is a good startup is divorced from the reality that VC funds are financial products where if we don't return a good multiple on our LP's money, we cease to exist. And that very much limits what we can deploy into. The third is tech. The tech should be interesting, differentiated, IP, right? It shouldn't be something that anyone can replicate. And finally, traction, which is for the stage that you are, what have you been able to do? How scrappy are you? What have you been able to bootstrap? And how far have you stretched the limited capital that you've raised in terms of your performance? I don't think we're remarkable in this. I think most VCs look for these kind of 4 attributes in kind of every deal they do. So happy to take that one. What was the second question?
There were questions, most exciting technology that we could look forward to and that is going to help the sector.
I think that in agri-tech, farm software has been a miserable, miserable failure, not just in emerging markets, but actually like in the developed markets, right? There has been, ever since the exit of Climate Corporation to Monsanto, there has been practically nothing good in terms of other outcomes. Every other large player ultimately disappointed, lots of acqui-hires, lots of things that went nowhere. I am cautiously hopeful that Gen AI will make farm software not terrible. And the reason I'm cautiously hopeful about that is a lot of the work on Gen AI seems to be flowing through chatbots. And I think when you look at in emerging markets, what has prevented a lot of digital solutions is farmers don't want to download apps. So I'm going to take the Indian scenario where most farmers now have a smartphone, even if it's terrible, okay? The rate of app download is awful. The memory on these phones is small. And so unless you do a digital web app, a digitally native web app, like people don't keep the download. What's going to be really interesting is when all of this is running on top of WhatsApp and you have a huge kind of, I won't even say large language model, but maybe small language model that's going into an agent, going into a chatbot, and that is basically a WhatsApp on someone's phone.
Great.
And that excites me a lot.
Thank you so much. That's an interesting thing to look into for all the entrepreneurs in the room. Thank you, Mark. Final word for you, Grégoire. We have a couple minutes more before we wrap up.
Just to add, because there is not many things to add to what you said, I would like just to highlight the fact that you mentioned it before, unit economics. It's super important because we know that operate in the rural areas can be very expensive. And so have you found a way to scale with proper unit economics? And I invest from the ID stage. So at the beginning, I want to see a clear vision on that. And then I would like to double on what you said. We need low-tech solution. We can say AI, but at the end, we are talking to people who, as you said, no smartphone, only SMS. So I was a big fan of index insurance, for instance, because there is no tech behind this. Just It rains, it doesn't rain, you are secured. So we need to find very scalable solution. This is what that works on the ground.
Amazing. Thank you very much. We're perfectly on time. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Please join me in saying a big thank you to all our panelists. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, please step forward for a group photo for the panel. Please stay with us. Isabelle, just here for a quick photo for the panel. Just move closer to to each other, and we'll keep a memory of this panel before we move on to the next panel discussion that is going to be really exciting as well. Let's please give them a round of applause once again. Thank you very much. Now we are moving into our second plenary session, which we will take even deeper into the heart of the issue. How do we finance food security in a way that also protects the planet, starting with the very foundation of agriculture, our soils. To moderate this panel discussion, please welcome Mr. Sudarshan Kumar Dutta, Head of Sustainable Agriculture of OCP Nutri-Crops. Let's give him a hand, please. I'm also calling on stage Mrs. Habiba Muttaqi, Chief Commercial Officer, OCP Africa. Please also welcome Mr. Fred Verneck, co-founder of Clar Mondial. Mr. Olivier Longchamp, Investment Director, Mirova. Mr. Oliver Christophe, CEO of Refarm. Mr. Paimoun Amini, Senior Director of Venture Investments, Bayer. And then Anoop Jagwani is part of this conversation as well. Welcome to you all. Over to you, Sudarshan. Enjoy the conversation. Thank you.
Still, it's good morning. So good morning, everybody. Thank you for the nice introduction. So today's panel, the second panel, the topic is financing food security while mitigating the climate impact with a special focus on soil fertility. So we have around 1 hour, 10 minutes time. So we will start with a presentation from OCP Nutri-Crops, which will kind of give a high-level understanding and our positioning in this ecosystem for around 10 to 15 minutes. And then we will go with the panelists for their valuable comments and feedbacks. So can anyone help me with the presentation?
We will make sure, do you have the pointer for the presentation? Peut-on afficher les slides, s'il vous plaît? Just use your pointer.
Okay, great, thank you so much. So, yeah, hello everybody. So basically, I will, as I mentioned, we'll start with a farmer-oriented approach, especially on Global South, and how it impacts the climate change into the system. So basically, my target is to introduce and provide a strategy on 4R nutrient stewardship, which is kind of like our core scientific principle that we are working on. So basically, I will start with an idea of soil health. We all know about it, but basically, it's kind of getting again and again the priority and importance when we are talking about the Sustainable Development Goal. So basically, we as a OCP NutriCrop considering soil health as the primary focus area or our strategic position to consider our further activities. When we are talking about soil health, we particularly focus on the nutrient phosphorus, which is a very limiting nutrient in terms of not only for the plant, but also in animal and human health. And we see this is kind of a published article from a global south region, which is Brazil, that basically shows that if we don't use phosphorus in sufficient and adequate amount, it's not only crop, but also the animal and also human health get impacted. Some of the examples, some of the major high-level example of the impact of phosphorus deficiencies in Africa, maybe it reduces the yield of maize, cotton, and particularly in Western Africa, where cereals are primary source of nutrient and more stable food, that is also getting impacted significantly. So now it's the age of AI, so I am also taking the help of some nice computer-generated farming photos. So in your left-hand side, you will see that this is what the business as usual. We are burning our residue, we are reducing our agroforestry area, and the right-hand side is more like a futuristic approach that we are thinking of in terms of agriculture ecosystem. So how to build that part, like how to go to the right-hand side from the left-hand side. So we, as an OCP NutriCrop, we consider 4R nutrient stewardship as the primary focus area for addressing zero hunger, which is also kind of connected with other SDG, and which is climate action. So in the right-hand top side, you will see a photo which basically gives that phosphorus or nutrient stewardship actually helps a lot below the soil, along with its output on the top. Now, this is a very interesting data. Basically, it shows that, if you consider the agricultural area where we are going to produce more, and produce more means like to feed more 50 billion, billions of people to feed. So basically, it is the global south. Now, there are two options, whether we want to feed it with the land we available, or we want to increase the land at the cost of destruction or degradation. And if you see the right-hand side photo, which is actually the carbon budget, so basically it says our production is actually creating a lot of footprints in terms of carbon. Now it actually tags with our objective, which basically says like, okay, these are the main area for food production, and actually these are the area where there is phosphorus deficiency. So we see that 43% of the natural terrestrial land is P limited. So that means even if we try our best with our management practices, we need to take care of this primary challenge to consider our production system. And these are some of the photographic evidences which basically shows how impactful the phosphorus is. And it's not about what is the amount of other nutrients, but basically with going to the basics of agricultural science, which is Liebig's law of minimum, that basically says that if you don't have one, you basically will not be able to reach the top. Now, if we consider a further step on understanding that part, how it is impacting the production system, we see that a global yield gap due to phosphorus is huge, particularly for the cereal-based cropping system, such as wheat, maize, and rice. Individually, maize itself is a significantly decreased in terms of the yield, like 55% decrease we see here. Again, going back to that part which we try to focus on, we try to say that how are we going to reduce the yield gap with more area, or with more efficient way of production. So business as usual will actually create a lot of pressure on the land. If you see the left-hand side photo, it actually shows that we need more than 200% increase in our area to produce what we are producing now, or the way we are producing now to make a human system running. Whereas we need to take an approach of closing the yield gap, and that actually will be with management practice, with nutrient management strategies, so on and so forth. Some of the examples, some of the published articles, very recent articles, which basically says, yes, phosphorus management is an important component for increasing productivity in a more phosphorus use efficient way. And that is what we find in sub-Saharan Africa, which is this left-hand study is actually a review of more than 5,000 data points. And then there is another study which basically shows maize and soybean for other global south region, that is Brazil. Some of the other examples, I'm not going into the details, but it basically says that by 2020 to 2050, there is a huge requirement of phosphorus. And if we consider different strategies to improve the overall ecosystem of African agriculture, phosphorus can play an important role into it. In terms of number, a study that is published in Nature Sustainability mentions that if we want to do an ecosystem as a sustainable agricultural process, it actually requires 126 teragram per phosphate, which actually integrates into 627 million TSP. Now, why we are talking about TSP at the very end? Because this is something from OCB sustainability perspective and also from global agricultural ecosystem perspective very important. Because if we consider our part, this is available in our annual sustainability report. If we consider our indirect scope, or that is what we are actually dealing with after production, this is a huge part. So that is something as a responsible business entity we need to think about it. And that's why we are trying to address more and more on this scope 3 part. And when we see further deep down into the details, we definitely find that the use of the solid products is actually creating a lot of impact. So when we are talking about that, we are basically talking about that how we are dealing with phosphate in combination with other nutrients, which might or might not be actually required into that. So when we talk about how we address this, we talk about 4R nutrient stewardship, which is a very global concept, that is application of right source of nutrient at right rate, at right time and place. It sounds very simple, but when we talk about details of the science, it actually caters the needs of the local region-specific requirement. So this is our first card, this is our first idea. Then we also think about integrating the different type of planting system, like plant forest, afforestation, and reforestation activities. The right-hand side picture is from Thailand, where the rubber plantation has been happening along with maize, and the left-hand side is pine cultivation in Brazil. And in both the scenario, clearly it is visible the role of phosphate in terms of the generation of the output. The other part, I'm not going into the details of the schematics, but basically it says, along with 4R nutrient stewardship, along with proper plant production, we need some advanced technologies based on the idea of soil organic carbon restored, which is sustainable agriculture through or conservation agriculture. Basically, it includes or integrate reduced or minimum tillage along with the introduction of cover crop and other intercrop into the system. The fourth one of our approach is actually kind of like a very innovative, very new thought process, but yes, fertilization of forest actually impacted its store of carbon dioxide or carbon into the system. And this study in Amazon basically gives a very good indication of application of phosphate into the system. Now, so basically when we are talking about 4R and identification of right rate, so Professor Ratan Lal and his team was trying to do your work for a longer time, and thank you so much. Yeah, good to go? Okay, thank you. So what Professor Lal was trying to mention that when we are talking about right rate, it's not about the yield that we should be thinking about. We need to think about a scenario where we increase the biomass inside the soil, which is increase of the carbon into the ecosystem. So this is something interesting because a lot of these fertilizer recommendation strategies or nutrient management strategies are based on the idea of yield increase enhancement using agronomic use efficiency, which is more again targeted with the yield. But here we are talking about another layer, and phosphorus plays an important role into it. So when we do about this conservation agriculture and other activities associated with the production, that actually might immediate impact, make some on farmers' production system, because these are innovative technologies. These requires capacity building and training. So that, but that can be compensated or like motivated with some certification or value addition to their production system. So along with what we are producing on the top, something which is we are accumulating on the ground, farmers are accumulating in the ground for future generation needs to be credited in their production part. So that's it. So again, this is kind of another way of seeing it. So when we are doing a mental mapping and cognitive mapping along with the fertilizer recommendation part, that actually will produce something more, and that can be associated with carbon credit sustainability certificate or any kind of ecosystem that can help the farmer get that extra benefit in terms of doing our production sustainable way. So that's it. Thank you so much so far. Now I will go into the other side and we'll start the moderation. Thank you. Am I using any mic here? You can use this. Okay, thanks. Hello. Yeah. So thank you so much. So with this background and with this discussion point, so let's start with the tone of insight from the fertilizer part, fertilizer customization and its role in the empowerment. So maybe let's begin with Habiba, Ms. Habiba Motaki, Chief Commercial Officer, OCP Africa. So Habiba, welcome and thank you for your time to participate and contribute in this panel. So if may I say that your work emphasizes the importance of customized fertilizer application in enhancing soil health, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa and arable land. So could you please elaborate how does conducting fertilizer customization impact soil health? And additionally, I think it's very useful if we highlight the soil, beyond soil fertility, what are the initiatives that you are taking?
Thank you so much for this introduction points and giving us effectively the opportunity to discuss more in details and in operational way on the global initiatives that can effectively bring to life this customization approach. So for me today, without any customization solution or adapting our approach to the reality of the field and the reality of the smallholder farmers, we cannot really see the impact. So today, assessing, and as our CEO said, the soil, the farmer, the real challenges of the ecosystem is the only way to bring these customized solutions that can effectively impact positively the soil health, the productivity, the livelihood of the farmer by the end. So today, OCP Africa effectively adopt this approach. So starting from knowing better the farmer, knowing his challenges. In fact, the farmer do not need silos of service provider or product suppliers. They need a real partner that acknowledge their hard work. They know their real challenges in the field and contribute to shape and to construct with him these customized solutions. So today, all together, and OCP in particular, want to be this privileged partner that, before advising anything, really assess exactly the needs so they can be more close to the reality. As you said, today at OCP Africa, we are here since 2016. We managed to monitor and to cartography more than 45 million hectares of African soils, and also to support more than 4.2 million farmers, supporting meaning building capacities, training, financing mechanism, off-taking. So in the first panel, we talk a lot about how we can de-risk this farmer activity so he can really incentivize to move to this commodity that is existent and look for this customized product, quality products and customized solution in a global and holistic way so he can really witness the positive impact. And to help us effectively move forward and move deeper in this customization, we adopt what we call really in-field demonstration. Across the road, near to the farmer, near to the policymakers, so they can really change their mindset by witnessing the change. We are happy to conduct, as of today, 17,000 demonstrations in Africa that effectively showcase the impact of this customization approach by proving, based on data, based on really close monitoring, the impact on the yields. So today we are happy that in some regions, up to 100% of increase of yield was showcased and proven by this customization approach and solution, gathering really different partners and different activities in the field with smallholder farms.
Thank you. I think this fits very well with the overarching concept of 4R nutrient stewardship, because it basically creates an ideation what the specific farmer requirements are. Because although when we go with a solution and ask them, this is your solution, perhaps that is not the actual solution. The question has to come from them.
Effectively, and we will increase the adoption while they will be a part of the solution. They will feel themselves consulted, part of the reflection, and not like only receiving guidance and advisory from sometimes people that are not really on the field and witnessing the reality and the hard work of farming. Even OCP Africa, before we were in that mind, not in that mindset, but we give advisory. But in 2023, we did ourselves the farming. We developed a commercial farm in Côte d'Ivoire. Now we are doing it in Tanzania and in Rwanda. And honestly, once you are in the field, once you are putting the hat of the real smallholder farms, it's another equation, it's another way to see the farming and the real challenges.
Thank you. Very impressive, very exciting. Thank you. Now maybe I will go to Anup. Mr. Anup Jagwani, I think you don't need any introduction. You already have mentioned in the last panel. So basically, Anup, for this panel's perspective, what would be the IFC's role in sustainable agribusiness, how the organization is approaching climate-smart agriculture? So could you please put some lights on it?
Thank you, Sudarshan. Happy to be back again. I hope you're not getting tired of me being here. Look, so when we looked at climate-smart agriculture several years ago, we wanted to put a credible framework in place. Many of you know the multilateral development banks, the MDBs, have climate finance targets. And these climate finance targets cut across many areas of business that we do. Agribusiness is one of them. So we came up with a framework and we said, okay, it needs to be credible. And so for that, we put in some criteria, at least measurable improvement in 3 key areas. So your input use reduction by 20% while not impacting yields, improve in yields without 20% without impact in additional use of resources, and GHG reduction. That was the way, and then we kind of consulted with others and came up with this framework that allowed us to then say, okay, which of our transactions can we put under climate smart agriculture? We fast forwarded now, so this was almost 10 years ago that we put that in place. And now, as especially given the focus of this discussion on soil fertility, the focus has gone towards regenerative agriculture. And so now, many of you know that term is used in many different places in many different ways. If you do cover crops, some people put it as regenerative agriculture. If you use biologicals, people put it as regenerative agriculture. So there are different definitions of regen ag, but many of the large corporations have already adopted that as part of their goals. So we said, okay, we need to come up with a credible framework for regenerative agriculture so that we can then begin to direct financing in that direction, right? So the goal of that framework is, one, to bring about kind of a standardization, but also a credibility that this is how we are approaching it. And in this case, the framework has broadened, and it has 3 big areas: resilience, restoration, and reduction of GHG emissions. So when you say resilience of farmers, of farming systems, increase in diversity of farm revenues, reduce farm vulnerability to economic shocks, improve food security, that comes under the resilience bucket. In the restoration is of natural systems and cycles, right? So optimize crop production and soil health and fertility, increase biodiversity on farm, and water use. So that kind of comes under the restoration bucket. And the third is the reduction of GHG emissions, which, as says, reducing input use or creating a circular system at the farm level. So we've come up with this framework that we're actually just finalizing and consulting on, then we can then use to scale financing in this space. So I can talk a little bit more about when we come around how we're supporting companies with this.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Now, with this, I will go to Oliver from Reform, because this is something might be, I mean, I would be interested to know, or the audience might be interested to know how you are coming from a desert perspective, and what does the innovative technologies, particularly in dryland and desert, that you are referring?
So thank you. Maybe just as an introduction, because people might not be aware, so Reform is a company based in Dubai, in the UAE, and we focus on desert farming practice, specifically around regenerative farming or organic farming. And like it was mentioned before, it's all about decreasing input costs and increasing yields and increasing efficiencies or decreasing inefficiencies. So what we have done is, over the last 30 plus years, we've combined multiple technologies and solutions to achieve exactly that. And we've chosen the desert farming environment to prove that even in such harsh climate, where we have up to 55 degrees Celsius, 60 degrees soil temperature, barely rain, or you couldn't call it really rain in the sense, to still allow us to create a food security element. So basically, we have implemented, the way we look at it, we first detox the soil, or we create a healthy soil element, which is the base of any farming or landscaping or agroforestry industry. The second thing is how to keep the soil alive through the harsh period, especially the summer months. The third one is how to decrease water requirements. And so we have achieved, on average, in the last 3 years, about 80% less water usage, while still being able to grow various crops, as well as landscaping. And the third is how to use, I would say, a blend of traditional fertilizers and also regenerative organic fertilizers to continuously keep that regenerative practice ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is an integrated approach, is something definitely is required not only for the desert, but everywhere else, if you think of. So maybe it's like another vertical that we can think of how we use this global concept, particularly in the dryland and desert part.
Like I said, the reason why we chose the desert is if it works there, it works anywhere else. And we are actually active on 2 projects in Africa. focusing on regenerative fertilizer, which it was mentioned at multiple points today that lower input costs and increased efficiency is a major goal for the smallholder farmers, especially to jump on the wagon of commercial farming. A lot of them don't really have high margins, or if they have any margins. Also from a financing perspective, it's very difficult to attract working capital if you cannot prove a successful business model. If we are able to reduce the input costs and increase yields, it makes it more bankable actually for the financing industry as well.
Yep, thank you. And that maybe leads to PJ. Mr. Paimun Amini, the Senior Director, Venture Investment at Bayer AG. So welcome, PJ. So maybe my next question to you is, what are the challenges you see with accessing technologies for improving regenerative agricultural practices, particularly for smallholder farming in Africa?
Yeah, thank you for having me, and thank you for the question. So I'm probably going to build on some of what the panel already said. It's no secret to anyone here who works in agriculture, specifically here with smallholders. Some of the solutions needed today are not high tech at all. And then there's the opportunity for tech to actually come into play. So one thing we realized when we looked at the Africa market, we've made a couple of investments in this space here, is that just access to high-end inputs is hard, right? Can I get this to the last mile? Can I get this into the village? Can I get this to that tail-end farmer who is a subsistence farmer who has 1 acre? And one of the things we ran into 6 or 7 years ago when we were going around was that they couldn't even get access to the inputs that they wanted, let alone the cheaper input, right? So they couldn't even get access to the expensive stuff along the way. So whether that was going to be seed from a top company like a Corteva or a Bayer, fertilizer from leading companies like Yara, OCP, access was just not there, and that's a logistical problem. That's not a high-tech problem to solve. So it's how do we make sure we have reach to those tail-end consumers? And you began to see companies emerge, infrastructure investments coming from folks like IFC, but other startups emerge in the space, ones that we've invested into like Apollo Ag, who work in Zambia and in Kenya, but other ones like Thrive, who was up here before, who mostly worked in West Africa and continued to expand as well, who really focused on that last mile reach of providing those inputs through. So having that access comes down to 2 factors for us. It's the infrastructure of the country itself and the access to actually get there on the roads. The second aspect is having the manufacturing done in a way that is not cost prohibitive for the region. So as an example, Bayer just built a new hybrid seed manufacturing facility in Zambia to serve Northern Africa in actually getting hybrid seed out. Because what we ran into that 6 or 7 years ago is every farm we went to, they said, we can't find the seed. We can't find DK777. We can't find the latest seed that will double or triple our yields already. If I don't have that latest seed, if I don't have the standard fertilizer practice to put the right phosphate or nitrogen into my soil, I'm already going to decrease my yield 2 to 3 times. So the average maize production in Brazil or in the US is somewhere around 175 bushels an acre. And what we're seeing in sub-Saharan Africa at the same time was around 35 to 45. The highest amount of maize grown on a single acre in the world is about 550 bushels an acre. So we have this opportunity to more than 10x the production in Africa in the arable land we have here, just by access to basic logistics and the inputs we have today. The second piece here then comes into the technology side. So everyone, the big companies and the startups, are trying to innovate to create these new technologies that will deliver. One of the ones we'll pick up before was a Gen AI that was mentioned by Mark on the last panel. We see a huge opportunity for that leapfrog into using these voice-to-text tools. We see companies out there like Digital Green who are using this to provide videos and access to information to the tail-end farmer on how to operate their farm better on that 1 acre basis. The one thing we need to think about is when we talk about the reducing of inputs, when we use these technologies, is that there is an energy and a water cost to that. If I go through a Gen AI model, I'm using energy and water costs to actually compute that, and we need to make sure that we're honest to ourselves on some of these life cycle analyses as well. So we'll talk more about technologies, I'm sure, down the line, but I think one of the biggest elements here today is really just making sure we have that last mile reach to the farmer.
Yeah, thank you. And this is the last line you mentioned is the most important one, I would say, how to reach the last mile. But we came across a few solutions and technologies. Maybe I would go to Fred next. Mr. Fred Wernick, co-founder of Clara Mondial. Close. So Fred, thank you. Thank you very much for being here us today. So maybe you can introduce about your organization as well as how it is supporting the climate smart agriculture, especially for the smallholder farmers.
Hello. Yeah, no, thanks a lot. Not sure who Clara is, but I think this is quite common that we hear the name like that. Clara Mondial is the company that Tanya created in 2010. And what we do is to try to mobilize capital for the sustainable use of natural resources. And a lot of that is related to food security, access to smallholder farmers, you know, how can we unlock some of those solutions that we have been discussing? And I think we do that in two ways. One is working with agricultural companies, you know, that, just give a concrete example, IFC has a project with Nespresso in East Africa, where they work with topics such as farming as a business, gender, you know, and like inputs as well. And there was a need for some coordination, translation, you know, like facilitation between those two big giants. This is like the kind of role that like sometimes we play, you know, trying to facilitate that dialogue and seeing, okay, what kind of solution can we bring to the table in order to unlock that project. We're now doing something similar with regenerative agriculture, whatever that means. No, but with Unilever and Bunge, for example, connecting them with some of the banks and seeing how can we help to finance that. So who is taking the risk of smallholder farmers? Who is taking the risk of slightly bigger farmers? And who comes at which stage of the process? So it's trying to facilitate that. I think it's quite important because in some cases, there is the desire to do those. There is a commitment towards climate neutrality, regenerative agriculture, but nobody really driving those projects, reaching across. In some cases, you know, those companies don't know which questions to ask to their house bank. Their bank does not really know what to offer to those companies, different departments, you name it. So another part of our work is that by talking with various of those companies and looking at their like supply chain financing strategies, issues, you know, like we came across similar problems, and we saw an opportunity to pull those into like a single solution where we could find more scale, you know, in that case in the form of a fund. And part of the problem there was that, I mean, we heard in the previous panel about, you know, like some of the lenders to the sector, some of the bankers, and bankers don't see their role as engaging with farmers, and banks have the opportunity cost of not doing this and that. Part of the problem as well that's not so often mentioned is that the financial sector is collateral based. You want to buy a car, you get leasing. You want to buy a house, there's mortgage. I think you mentioned warehouse financing in the last panel. Post-harvest, the financial sector works quite well. There is trade finance, there's warehouse financing, there's receivables discount, a lot of those like supply chain financial schemes, but they're mostly available post-harvest because you have products in the warehouse that you can pledge to the bank or to your funder. Pre-harvest, not much. Overdraft facility, equity, entrepreneurs, credit card, I don't know, like family and friends. So we try to use blended finance, just to throw in another jargon. Like we try to see, okay, how can we de-risk those investments so that we can make capital available pre-harvest? because pre-harvest is when you get the OCP products, is when you get inputs, is when you train the farmers, is when you engage on certification, better practices. So our focus with that like working capital fund was to focus on the pre-harvest activities, because I think this is where a lot of these like food security, regenerative agriculture, like climate smart solutions actually lie. So we were looking into that side. And to that, we are now seeing also how to foster now like long-term debt, also not relying on collateral, because a lot of those regenerative agriculture solutions, they create maybe biological assets or types of assets and improvements that also you cannot pledge to a bank, and therefore you cannot get collateral, you cannot get a loan against that. So this is where we're also trying to bring other solutions. So I think, through our funds and our advisory work, I think we're trying to finance like food security and this transition, by trying to think a bit out of the box and bringing those solutions, where today the banks are not active, or where, like we see that gap in the financial sector. So yeah, and I guess it's not so different from what you guys are doing either, so yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. But I think that reminds me my early career days when I go and meet the farmers on the ground, and they consider like it's actually the vicious cycle. Like when this in production side is actually taking money from the commission agents or like the fertilizer dealers, and then whatever happens in your ground, you actually have to sell it to the farmer. So this is something very important where they can break out from that, I would say, cycle. But going back to that, so in terms of like production part, are you also considering the process they are going forward for the agriculture? Like, is it a sustainable practice versus someone going it in a more traditional way?
In our view, it has to be sustainable, not for the sake of hugging trees and being nice, but because it translates into operational risk. And I think our clients and our borrowers also see that. It's getting harder and harder to produce, to be a farmer, to come up with the ingredients that you need for a certain recipe. And we see that some of those consumer-facing companies, sometimes they launch a new product because the old recipe doesn't work anymore. It's better to bring a new label, bring a new product, than to change the recipe of the old product and face a consumer backlash. So a lot of that is already a response to climate change. And so we see social and environmental impact and aspects as a key component of credit risk, of operational risk, like supply chain risk. And if you just see that as CSR, ESG, something not 2025, not under the new world order, with all the trade wars and everything that's happening now, I think this is not, like you're fooling yourself and not taking your supply chain seriously. It is a procurement issue, and social environmental are key components of that.
Okay, thank you. Maybe that leads to my next, introduce my next panelist, Oliver. Mr. Oliver Longchamp, Investment Director at MAVA. So Oliver, thank you for being here. So maybe my question will be more specifically to you in terms of like, for improving soil health and improving the sustainable agricultural practices, what are the KPI metrics to consider when you are taking a decision?
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you for the question. And what you say is really echo with what we do at MAVA, trying to mobilize capital at scale to finance the solution, the technical solution that we are currently discussing, but more generally, any companies involved in the sustainable agriculture, regenerative agriculture, having in mind that there is not one-fit-all single definition. On this specific question of KPIs, I mean, we have defined with the first fund that we have launched, which is the Land Degradation Neutrality Fund, backed by the United Nations and more specifically by the Convention to Combat Desertification. It was a bit less than 10 years ago, so in coming back to the support of the public sector, it's important. It's a blended finance vehicle. And we have defined with them a set of KPIs that can basically define what is a degraded land and how we can improve the soil health. So there are 3 indicators. The first one is the net primary productivity, or the yield productivity, that we measure on each of our investment. We can use specific proxies to do that, like the NVDI. So this is the first KPI. The second one is the land cover change. It's quite self-explanatory, and you can measure that with satellite imagery. And the last one, and maybe the most important one for us, is the carbon stock, or soil organic carbon, something that you have mentioned in the presentation. The most difficult one to collect because you need sampling to go there, so it's not an easy one from a cost efficiency standpoint. But having in mind, when we have defined that with the UN, if one of these indicators is degrading, it means that the quality of the soil is degrading. So for each of the investment that we do, and just for the sake of clarity, we provide long-term loans, equity to companies in Africa. We have to measure these specific KPIs. So we do the due diligence in advance, and it's part of the process. And we try also to work with the farmers, with technical assistance, really dedicated to this, to focusing on these KPIs, focusing on climate adaptation, climate mitigation, and more on biodiversity.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's very helpful. So maybe then we can go back to Habiba, because you mentioned about 17,000 experiments that is producing a lot of data, and that actually gives you some insight on the local solutions. So what do you think, like, what are the local solutions or the solutions that your output are producing can be considered for scalable one, which particularly fits the model of financing?
Yes, thank you for this question, because today, in fact, we talk about how we can drive the finance to these smallholder farms that are defilled. Just give me an opportunity to highlight one use case that we work based on the satellite imagery. Today, some banks are not given as much credit to smallholder farms, because today it's a risky segment. But if we can monitor that, if we can prove that the smallholder farmers are using the right fertilizer, are using the right ways to apply the inputs, fertilizer, seeds, that they are doing this generative agriculture, I think banks can really take the risks and give this microfinance. And this is what we did in Rwanda, for example, with the Rwanda National Bank, where based on the solution of GIS, so effectively it's satellite imagery, where we are effectively monitoring the activity of the farm in their fields. Today we were able to develop a credit scoring model with this Rwanda National Bank, so they can really, once they are receiving like a file or a request from cooperatives or smallholder farms, they can check if this area, if these groupments of farmers are really solvable. It's a huge word, but effectively, if you can take it at a small scale, if these smallholder farms really can benefit from my finance. And today, effectively, based on this soil mapping, this demonstration, today, a lot of data can be generated. The idea is really how we can create actionable partnership that can take this data and move it toward actions and really some operational action plan. And this is really the way, leveraging on AI, leveraging on data, and also on effective and actionable partnerships. So we say it's even starting from this morning. We can hope that some pilots can go to scale and we can really see the impact on the field.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely see the 4R MRV part that you are talking about that can be integrated into the other ecosystem. Yeah, thank you so much. So again, maybe to Oliver, how do you want to integrate your thought on that?
So maybe one of our focus points is also integrating multiple stakeholders, which typically don't work together in the value chain. Can give again a small example. So we have teamed up with one of the largest supermarket chains in our country. We have integrated a soil health program and fertilization program together with an education program with the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, which is a government entity, and basically with the farmers. And that made it attractive for one of the local banks to actually come to the table and provide funding for the farmer. So I think the integration of stakeholders in the whole value chain is one very important aspect, which if you look in other countries or in other regions is normally not the case. So it's a very important element that everyone pulls on the same string.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. So maybe then I go back to Anup, you two again. So maybe my question will be like, along with the financial side, there are some non-financial components that as well that you are supporting. If you can highlight, that would be good.
Yeah, thank you. So many of you are familiar, IFC is a financier, so that's what we do. But we also have a large advisory team, and now we call it advisory and upstream because we're doing certain early stage projects to unlock opportunities. You heard that earlier in the MAVA one as well. We're using an instrument that's much more earlier stage. And advisory has been a part of our business for a very long time to unlock some of the challenges in supply chains or creating markets. I have a couple of colleagues here from the advisory team as well. So in this particular area, and we've done a lot of work with farmers. I'll take the example of one in particular in Côte d'Ivoire. We worked with a subsidiary of Olam, Sako, and essentially there with about 7,000 farmers, they were all able to get the Region Agri certification. Now, it was because of the practices in West Africa and cotton, and it had around, they rotate crops. So one of the most basic principles, there was a soil management, which was a key area of our support, and essentially, and they have very little mechanization. Now, this is an interesting part that on the one hand, we want to move to mechanization, but they got their regen certification also because the GHG emissions are low because of lack of use of machinery. So there's less GHG emissions from that. Now, hopefully, we'll get to some other ways to reduce emissions from, but it was a combination of these different elements, the crop rotation, that has built soil resilience. Most of you know that the top soil is vulnerable today. In some cases, just about 1 foot deep. And the FAO pointed out that that's, with the heavy rains that we're experiencing with climate change, at times, that can get washed off. So that includes the fertilizer and all the nutrients of the soil, which will decrease yields by as much as 50% in some cases. And that's drastic. So imagine what climate change is doing. On the one hand, we're trying to increase yields gradually. On the other hand, one big event can wipe out the topsoil, which will decrease yield significantly. So taking care of that soil health and some of the advisory work that we do around that becomes extremely important.
Thank you. Yeah, I think water, as you mentioned, is one of the primary importance when we are talking about the nutrient and its use. So both excess water and less water are challenging. So that's something very important to think about. Thank you. Maybe then I will go to PJ about about your thought on the emerging innovations and its scaling up, and also if you have any other thought on other panel discussion.
Yeah, sure. So happy to build on what we were just talking about. So I was thinking as I was listening to the panel, how we segment out the technologies for farmers in Africa. And there's probably 4 categories of interest here. And probably we'll get that wrong. There's probably a 5th one I'm forgetting, but let's say 4 for now. There's infrastructure and infrastructure tech associated with that. There's high tech. We'll talk a little bit about kind of the Gen AI, those things. There's the scientific tech. So fertilizers, seeds, new biologicals, new technologies in that lens. And then you have fintech. And we were talking about fintech a little bit earlier here today. And to give this group just a little bit of a story, in my past life before I was doing investments on behalf of Bayer, I was leading a computational group for the company, really looking at what impacted yield. So on any given field and anywhere in the world, what were these factors, whether it was the soil type, whether it was the irrigation practice, whether it was the crop protection practice, the seed variety that was planted. And we looked at about 20 years of field trials across the company that we'd conducted all over the world. And do you know what 73% of the yield was correlated with? And he was smiling because I told him this story last night too. Weather. So if you had one bad rainstorm, if you had one bad frost event, if you had a drought season, it's hard for us to beat weather in so many ways. So then when we look at those 4 technology categories, what becomes very important there? FinTech becomes super important from the standpoint of, do I have access not just to the capital to get inputs to plant, but do I have crop insurance and insurance to cover me in that bad case scenario? So organizations like Pula are amazing from their standpoint of providing that insurance coverage that you see in a lot of the developed world that is now growing here in the emerging markets as well. And so then you step back and say, okay, what were those other aspects? Well, it was the farm practice of the inputs that went into next. What was that fertilizer practice? What were those inputs? So we see new technologies for, we'll say, soil health going forward. Actually, one co-investment that we have between IFC and Bayer right now is a company called Earth Optics. And what Earth Optics does is they build, I apologize for using the buzzword, but a digital twin of the soil. So their notion is, can we use ground penetrating radar? Can we use Raman spectroscopy for chemical analysis? Can we understand what tillage practice has been done and say we understand this soil well enough, then one day to create a tillage recommendation or maybe a fertility recommendation in the future and really help prescribe those practices and help prescribe what practice of what seed we might plant given that soil condition or soil type. And so that's a company on the tech spectrum who's using digital, satellite, and on-the-ground technology in that high-tech capacity. I gave you the example of just having hybrid seed production facility in Zambia as that infrastructure capacity. There's other great efforts around just road infrastructure and energy infrastructure that is critical. One of the key inputs for that digital future, for the high-tech, for the smallholder farmer, is just connectivity to the internet. So do I have my satellite connectivity reaching a remote farm in the middle of Tanzania? Am I able to actually access an app or even WhatsApp to have that interaction with a Gen AI bot? So that infrastructure piece is still going to be critical. And then, the other example on maybe the scientific tech side, one of our portfolio companies is called Sound Agriculture. And for those of you who may not be familiar with it, they've created a chemistry that essentially activates the microbes in the soils to sequester more nitrogen and deliver it to the plant. And it also breaks down some natural phosphates that are non-soluble today in the soil. So why is that useful? Well, farmer might be able to hit the goal that we talked about of reducing its inputs. Maybe I can reduce 25 pounds of nitrogen or reduce 10 pounds of phosphorus applying to the field. You can't sequester or pull more phosphorus out of the soil that's not there. We still need the fertilizer to go and to come down. But can we mitigate how much we're putting in? Same thing with crop protection practices. Can we put limited amount with precision agriculture controls? So now we see these technologies. Sound's main product source has come to Kenya, and so super exciting to see that come to the region. Earth Optics is looking at coming next year. And oftentimes these technologies start in other countries and migrate their way over. FinTech has started in Africa, and that's the exciting part about it, is that I do think that technology leapfrogs the opportunity that we've seen in maybe other countries that have more developed environments. But all these elements have to play together. That tech of analyzing soil has to play with what our fertility practice is. The infrastructure has to play with how we're delivering these inputs and these new technologies to the farm. And then this whole high-tech and synbio future have to be able to reach this tail end farmer, but also have to think about this market opportunity that I think in the very first slide, we have to remember that 60% of that arable land that's unused today is here in Africa, and it's a more emerging market.
Yep, thank you. Thank you so much. I think that also integrates, like, when we are reaching that high level, to at least farm gate level, that can definitely integrate with what the data that is being produced at the ground. So it can guide us towards a more rigid and stronger MRV part. Yeah, thank you. Maybe then with that, I will go to Olivier. Any other thought on, particularly in terms of other off-takers, other players?
No, thank you very much. And I think that if we have an holistic approach as the one developed by Innovix. It's important also to mention the buyers, so the off-takers, and actually this is a scheme of work that we are trying to develop at Mirova, bridging the gap between the primary production and the off-taker. Because as you know, that there are a lot more off-takers that have a science-based target to net zero, nature positive, to protect biodiversity. So they are all trying to decarbonize their value chain, and in the end, it's protecting the soil and improve the soil health. So I think it's important also to have that in mind as part of the ecosystem to transition agriculture to our more sustainable practices. Maybe develop new contractual scheme between off-takers and producers, longer term off-take contract, maybe premium also. Part of the main certification body are developing Regen Ag certification, so it's part also of this ecosystem. It's important to encourage that.
Yep, thank you. Maybe I will wrap up with Fred with your thought on, like, you have heard about from this panel, BFIA's panel, a lot of different technological solutions, and then what is your thought on the criteria and condition to take some of them investment ready and scale up?
Well, yeah, that's a good question, especially because I think investment readiness really depends on who is investing, like ready for what. Ready for IFC is different from ready to Mirova, different from ready to a microfinance institution. So yeah, this is quite tricky. I guess maybe just to connect a bit also like to some of the points that were mentioned. Now you mentioned like the 4 groups of solutions, and just mention as well, like the off-takers and their commitments. There are, some of the innovation, the things that like we have heard today, and the startups, the innovators that are going to be presenting this afternoon, I think, how do you reach those farmers? How do you get there? And I think, the off-takers, the clients, the traders, are one point, like one way of getting to those farmers. So we can come from that direction. And this is where we tend to focus our financing. At the same time, Habiba, like you mentioned, all the tests that you do and all your engagement with the farmer for those customized solutions. I think OCP and just big thank you to Eunice, has been a great partner, and pointing out to some of those companies, so from the input providers as well, this is another way of reaching those farmers. And it's seeing, okay, how can we promote that change, what are the channels that you get there? And I think, those companies are a great starting point. If you can convince the clients, if you can convince the service providers, the input providers, I think this is a very important first step towards having something that is financeable, like that, because then we have something to work with. We work with, in Africa, we work with sesame, cashews, cocoa, coffee, the vanilla, fruits as well. So there are a number of commodities that we do. And I think the common point there is that, okay, that might be the cash crop. That's the one that gives you the access to market, that might be driving a lot of the income of those farmers and those villagers. But by making a change on that commodity, you also change the other commodities, if it's agroforestry, if it's, their kitchen farm, that they do, kitchen garden, well, anyway. So the other production, the local market produce as well, I think that financing angle usually comes from that side. And this is where, fintech also helps. But it's more about, I don't know, sometimes get a bit worried about when we start to talk about so much tech and so much innovations, it's kind of trying to find a problem for that solution, and we get excited about that new toy, and we forgot about, the reality of the smallholder farmer, and what does it really take to be a farmer, and have your income depending on that, and someone is coming and saying, oh, but now you can just pick up your phone and do something else. Sorry, how am I going to feed my family? What am I going to, so I think just having that in mind, and I think too that input providers like OCP play a key role there, and some of the off-takers as well, being credible partners to those farmers and being able to promote certain solutions. So please convince them or, or those clients, and then come to us and we find a way to finance that.
Great. So I think we are just in time, but I think there might be some 5-10 minutes for addressing some of the questions that audience might have. Let me check. Right. So.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Do you have the MAVA app?
I have, but I didn't see any question here.
I do have some questions for you. Thank you very much
All right.
for a fantastic conversation. Let's give them a round of applause. So let me share with you. I want to make sure that you can hear me. Can we have my mic on? Let me just grab this for a couple seconds. Thank you very much. So taking a few questions from the MAVA app. It seems that regenerative agriculture has not the same meaning for everyone. Would you elaborate more on that? This is one first question. It's coming from Imaduddin. And then we have this question from Nasuru Diallo, and it's about designing customized solutions and products in terms of fertilizers. Start with regular soil mapping. How can we come up with affordable and accessible soil mapping solutions in order to have up-to-date information about what the various soils need? And then let me add one more, and then you could cover these three, so we finish in 5 minutes. So measuring carbon reduction is important to measure impact, but can be quite complex. How can we introduce such topics to farmers who may not have the capacity building to truly measure their impacts after adopting sustainable input methods? And I'll leave it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, maybe you can start with the definition of regenerative agriculture.
Sure, thank you. So yes, as I started, the whole reason we're coming up with that regen framework is because there is such a multitude of interpretations of what regen is. So you've had some of the top traders, Cargill, others have made commitments around that. McCain has made commitments around that. Nestle has made commitments around that. Some have targeted sustainably managed hectares. Some have said, use the word regen ag. So there is a difference in interpretation, and I pointed out some of the practices that go into it. Sometimes it's livestock related, integrating livestock. Sometimes it's biologicals, it's reduction of, it's crop rotation. So it's got, and I think in your opening presentation, you had intercropping as a way to rejuvenate soil. So you can have regen ag defined in a number of ways. I think it's okay, let 1,000 flowers bloom. At the same time, it becomes important to get some standardization if we want to channel flows. So the banking sector especially understands I don't know how many of you are familiar with green bonds, which have allowed climate finance to flow. What did it take? It took setting up a standard for green bonds, right? Which everybody could relate to, that this activity is light green, this activity is dark green, and I will issue a bond. Then investors know my capital is going in this direction. So I think same way having a standard helps us in channeling financing to regen ag. And carbon sequestration is part of it, which is kind of the third question. And we've seen companies struggle around that. And we were just discussing yesterday how a company's in ag tech valuation went from 2 billion to 200 million. Was essentially around soil carbon, and measuring soil carbon is really hard. It builds up slowly over time, but soil health is much more than soil carbon. It is the biological activity in the soil, and so it's just one measure at the end of the day for us.
Yeah, thank you. I think I can add some of my comments on the question 3. So basically, yeah, I mean, trust me, it is hard to measure in 3 years, but it is even very hard to produce that delta in this short period of time, because it's not like something I do here and it gets reflected. It gets integrated with climate, integrated with soil ecosystem as a whole. So it's very difficult, and I agree completely that understanding the output of delta carbon in the soil or is a challenging part. So there are, I would support more like a holistic approach of soil health could be some kind of solution. So maybe the second question goes to you.
Maybe I would take effectively the second question about the soil mapping and how heavy it's on the smallholder farms. Just maybe like under brackets, today OCP and OCP Africa, we are doing this soil mapping for free. So 1.2 million farmers beneficiate from free soil mapping, effectively because we know that to incentivize this mindset shift, to promote this customization, someone needs to take that in charge and catalyze that on the field. So we did this for free, and today, honestly, we see a lot of new innovation and startups that they are developing new tools to do this soil mapping. Yes, in small scale, but these tools really start to be affordable. They can be used by the smallholder farmer itself in his farm or even at this distributor level. And today what we are doing also with some partners, with some distributors in the field is that we equipped what we call the CSA or the Centre de Services Agricoles / Farmer Hubs with some tools of soil mapping, so the farmer can bring its sample of soil and can do the analysis for free in these areas. We know that we cannot cover the million of hectares of all Africa alone. This is why partnership and having financing partners coming to finance even this small layer of this customization journey is really useful for smallholder farmers and for the global agriculture ecosystem in Africa.
Thank you very much to all of you. We're running out of time. I want to make sure that we have enough time to break for lunch and be back here at 2:30. Thank you very much to our panelists and to our wonderful moderator. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Before we break for lunch, we invite you for a quick panel photo. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for lunch. Lunch will be served at the Student Center. Just follow the signs, follow the hostess, and they will be happy to guide you. We will be back here at 2:30 sharp for our afternoon agenda. Thank you very much. Enjoy lunch. Bon appétit. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to your seats. We are starting right now. Mesdames et messieurs, nous vous remercions de prendre place. Nous commençons dans quelques secondes. Merci beaucoup. Et le micro. Everyone, we hope that you had a refreshing lunch, some nice conversations, because this afternoon promises to be just as insightful as this morning. If you just joined us, welcome to you to the third edition of the Agrichain Forum. So this next block of our agenda this afternoon is all about discovery. We will hear from a range of actors who are building the future of agriculture through technology, digital tools, data, localized services, nature-based solutions. And this is really your chance to get to know more about the ecosystem, what is happening on the ground, what they are doing in Africa and across different countries. So these presentations are going to be fast-paced, so everyone will have 7 minutes to introduce us to what they're doing, the impact they're creating on the continent, and to walk us through their journey, followed by a Q&A session right after that. As a reminder, QR code is right here on the screen. Please make sure to pull out your phones, scan this QR code, and engage with us, okay? Really, it's about engaging, getting your questions. You also have a chance to rate the conversations from this morning. Your feedback is really important for us, so we want to hear from you, get to see your comments, your rating on this morning's sessions, and also to receive your questions for this upcoming session. Right after that, we will move on to the third plenary of the day, and we will do a debriefing session about the Digital Africa Startup Challenge following the plenary session. And then I want to remind everyone that we are honored to have with us the president of UM6P for the closing remarks. So we want to make sure to show our appreciation to be hosted here in this wonderful university, and we want to make sure that the room is really full to be there for those closing remarks. So please stay with us till the end. It is really, really important that we are all here together to show our appreciation for this wonderful day. All right, for this upcoming session, please join me in welcoming to the stage Hilary Pato. And please, let's give him a round of applause. Hilary is country manager at OCP Tanzania. He's making his way to the stage. Hi, hello. Hilary, please take your seat right here, the second one, please. We are also honored to have with us Mr. Faisal Sehbawi, founder and CEO of AgriEdge. Let's give him a round of applause. Let's please welcome together Ayodeji Arikawe, co-founder and CTO of Thrive Agric. We've had him this morning for the panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Welcoming also on stage Mr. Eli Polak, founder and CEO of Apollo Agriculture. Let's give him a round of applause. Welcome to you, gentlemen. Please take your seats right here. Let's leave that one free for the moderator, Ayo. Please come here. if you don't mind, yeah, please take your seat here. And also this one, we'll leave that one for the moderator. Hello and welcome to you. Such a pleasure to have you with us here today. We're also welcoming Jihan Ajishti, Carbon Farming Director for Sub-Saharan Africa and Brazil from the wonderful team of Turba. Let's give her a round of applause. Welcome to you, Jihan. Please take your seat right here. Welcoming also on stage, Pauline Dumont, Business Development Director, Net Zero. Give it up for Pauline. And to guide us through this session, I am very pleased to welcome on stage Mr. Mehdi Al-Qasri from OCP Group, and he will be moderating this session. Over to you, dear Mehdi. Wishing you all a wonderful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I think we still have some people who are lost in lunch, so thank you for being here on time. Thank you for joining this session in which we will share insight on ecosystems, the one that we have here, innovation and sustainable agriculture in general. Most of you know OCP, global leader in plant nutrition and phosphate-based fertilizer. We support African farmers. I mean, we had the presentation of our CEO of OCP Africa this morning. We support them with customized, locally relevant solutions that increase productivity while also preserving the farmer's most important wealth, the health of its soil. Our mission goes far beyond supplying inputs. We are committed to a future where agriculture is not only productive, but also climate smart and farmer-centric. For that, OCP is building an ecosystem. You are in one of these bricks. Today at the university, we are one of the major bricks of this ecosystem. And we are bringing together the power of science, entrepreneurship, and systemic innovation. OCP Africa, dedicated to our continent. Today we also have the chance to have AgriAge and Turba, who are directly part of the innovation that's coming out of the ecosystem, but also our other partners that are today here with us and offering solutions in an integrated manner to the farmers. I also welcome our other partners around MAVA platform, which is an essentially partnership ecosystemic platform, such as IFC, AFD, BPI France, ISDB, and others. It's a whole value network that we're creating, that we want to be centered around the farmer, to which the solution we have here today are all contributing to the farmers. I will ask them to present each of themselves a bit later and to present a bit more about the solution they provide. But I want to take you all on a journey with me. Come with me on the journey of Kwame. Kwame is a smallholder African that we've been talking about all morning. Today, within his community, Kwame is having a farming workshop. He just met OCP Africa, and he heard about their customized fertilizer solutions. He's a bit worried, to be honest. Soil analysis that just been done on his land has showed some deficiencies in some nutrients, some specific ones. But OCP Africa developed a truly customized, tailored solution, a formula for his soil and his crops, and the results are almost immediate. I think we had all the demonstration about that in the morning. Today, he has greener leaves, stronger stalks, and better yields. Now, Kwame wants to optimize his practices. He wants to go further. His local cooperative recommended AgriAge. With AgriAge, he has now access to weather forecasts, planting calendars, pest alerts, satellite-based crops, monitoring, all in his native language, which is very important. So all those decisions that were once unpredictable has become guided with data, and it's became a true game of strategy. And let me tell you, Kwame is winning. He's not alone. Drive Agric connects him with a large ecosystem of smallholder farmer via a simple mobile app. He receives agronomic training, input distribution, and most importantly, market access. He is no longer bound to sell his production to local buyers at the lowest price. He aggregates his harvest with other farmers within the networks and sells in bulk at competitive rates. Still, Kwame wants to expand again. He needs better tools, better seeds, more inputs. Apollo Agriculture comes in, providing credit, affordable, accessible, bundled with insurance. He is no longer a risky borrower. He became an entrepreneur. He learns then about Turba. Turba trains him in regenerative practices that not only improve soil health, but make him eligible for a new income stream, carbon credits, and generate an extra income from those carbon offset from their carbon farming initiative. Last, and to complete the cycle, we have net zero, whom Kwame met to valorize what was once waste into biochar. And biochar is a soil enhancer that does two things. It locks away carbon, but it also boosts fertility. Well, thanks to our all solutions here now, Kwame is no longer just a farmer. He is a climate steward, he is a data-savvy entrepreneur, and he's a pillar of his community. But the reality is that we have tens of millions of Kwames in our continent. And the question is, how can we tailor a solution to each one of them and build the right ecosystems that accompany them? So why not start with the one that we have here? And I want to ask Hilary from OCP Africa to start the presentation here and show us how exactly, especially in Tanzania, we are able to provide those services to all the Kwames in Africa.
Thank you so much. As I have been introduced, I will normally share the customization journey, some key actual studies that happened to Tanzania. But the first question maybe we need to ask ourselves, what is customization? Why customization? So when you speak of customization, we mean that we are trying to shift slowly from the one-size-fits-all kind of recommendation to some of the key specifics recommendation, but all the solutions that based on the soil. So we are putting the soil as the basis of our recommendation. But if you go to a smallholder farm perspective, it's someone with a small piece of land, all the challenges we have had this morning. So it can be a journey that can take millions of years really to complete the cycle. So really, at what point in time will we say that we have really completed the customization journey? So it takes a lot of commitment, a lot of dedication in terms of resources, and that's what typical OCP Africa has been made up for, and that's what it has been doing over here. And I would like to really appreciate and commend the leadership of our CEO, Mr. Mohammed. He has really been pushing and being the center of the customization approach, because when the farmer wins, we as OCP win. And today, a farmer, smallholder farmer in sub-Saharan Africa, even you leave aside Tanzania, most of the challenges are the same. We all have issues with the droughts because we don't have really good irrigation infrastructure. We are not making the most of the weather to tap all the rain to use during the off-season. Yield uncertainty, the access to inputs, poor access to the market. How do we store the products after we harvest? So through that, there are some sort of solution that might come out of it. Maybe should we come with the marketplace? Should come with the solution about the storage? Should we include the component of mechanization in all our recommendations that we are doing? Recommendation about the nutrient, irrigation. I think, and most of the things you cannot really do independently as a private company. So you really need to forge partnership. And our biggest partner, for example, in Tanzania is the government. So we are working very closely with the government of Tanzania because they are the one managing most of the infrastructure that are essential for farming. So as OCP Africa, and I will speak this holistic about OCP Africa, what are the things that's been doing? We look at the key countries that we want to invest. So out of the 12 subsidiaries that OCP Africa is, Tanzania is one of them. We forge partnership with the government. We work with the government to understand exactly what are their priorities at hand.
soil mapping. We work with them. They recommend where we should go, where should we do them. We run quite a number of flagship programs, soil testing with the mobile school lab, with the OCP school lab, launching some farmer hub where we make the last mile delivery. This morning, we heard about the last mile delivery. We are proud as OCP Africa and Tanzania, to be specific, the farmer really have an experience about how impactful OCP activities are, because the bag reaches the farmer in OCP branded mark to the last mile possible. And these farmer hubs, there's like the centers of excellency. We don't only bring fertilizer in it, we bring partnership, for example, the seed company, the crop protection. Now we are working with other partners on mechanization, so we introduce the component of mechanization in all our facilities. And our customization solution across Africa have really impacted the smallholder farmers. Compared to the practice that the smallholder farmers have been using, we have seen some increase in yield. And when you say yield increase, eventually that means that you increase the family income, which is very important for the smallholder farmers. So as I say, what we have been doing as the journey, the customization journey is, I will say for me, as I say, it's an endless journey. It will never come a point where we say, now we have completed the transition. It's something that you should do every day, because we have seen some projects where after the end of the program, 2 or 3 years, the farmer goes back to do the same thing. You train the farmer to use the best practices, and when that project ends, the farmer goes back to do the same thing. So when we exist in the country, as OCP Africa in Tanzania, we make sure that repetitively we work with different partners to ensure that there is a continuation on all the initiatives that we are doing. So we move from recommending farmers to use DAP as the main fertilizer for planting. Now we are promoting the concept of separate nutrient application and using the 4R, and we have some proven track results. We have seen significant yield increase and also reduce the cost by farmer. So TSP has worked very well, for example, on soybean. Farmers are seeing very huge results compared to what they used to do before. And we will continue to do this year after year. It's a commitment that OCP Africa has really taken. And we are not only about selling a bag of fertilizer. As Mr. Mohamed, I see, he always say it's not about you selling a bag of TSP, but how impactful that bag of TSP has to that smallholder farmer. Has he really increased his yield? Has it improved his soil? Because his soil is too acidic. Has TSP really helped to neutralize the acidity and make the soil much better for his crop to grow? So that's what we think, because when the farmer wins, we as OCP also, we win. And we need to remind the farmer every day. We are running a lot of programs, radio shows, posters, billboard, demo plots. It starts in the mind of the farmer so that next time when he visits, he knows exactly which solution gave him that better experience. Thank you.
Right on time. Right on the time's up. Thank you, Hilary. So you said something very interesting around the fact that when you run a program, after some time the program ends and all those practices and all that you've developed stop. Can you just give us how OCP in Tanzania ensures that there is a continuous improvement, continuous process into that customization journey? And please do send your questions. I'm going to just ask one question for people. Ask your questions, and at the end of the session, we try to address them as an ecosystem as I presented.
Thank you very much. So firstly, OCP Tanzania is a resident in Tanzania. So whichever project that we do, we are there to stay. But for example, when you bring in any sustainability project, any business development project, we bring the component of product availability. So let's say we are running a school lab. Farmers are having recommendation that you need to use this product and this product because your soil is high deficient in P, you need S. So in all our campaign, we bring a retailer with us, a distributor, a resident distributor in that specific area. That means that we make sure that distributor have that solution. So even if we go, we are sure that there is a continuation of that program.
Thanks a lot, Hilary. So we went from the customization in our Kwame journey into now how we turn data into decision with Faisal, if you want to come to the stage and present.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. Hello again. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and to share with you what we are doing within AgriEdge. And I'm happy to hear how AgriEdge is seen within the ecosystem. Thank you for thank you for all the information you're giving. So really, thank you. So in AgriEdge, it started as an entrepreneurial initiative within OCP Group, and the idea it was to develop ag-tech tools adapted with the African context. And to do so, it's a little bit complicated to import tools coming from outside Africa and to make them working for farmers here. Taking into account the context that we have and the challenges that we have. And this is why we take the choice, or we choose to develop our tools here in Morocco, thanks to UM6P. So we are lucky to have this university within the OCP, within the OCP ecosystem, where we spent here 3 years to work with professors and to work in the different labs that we have here. And in 2023, we become a subsidiary of Innovex, and we are also lucky to have Innovex in the ecosystem to do our scale-up about what we are doing. And what we are doing, we are providing farmers with tools that help them making decisions. As you know, today, with the impact of climate change, it's very complicated to do farming without having data around the farm. And the data is not enough, because we need also information. And this is what we are doing, is we transform the data coming from different sources, like satellite images, sensors, data coming from the field, and we transform it thanks to artificial intelligence model that we have developed in collaboration with professors here in the UM6P. We transform it to the advices, to agronomic advices. And those agronomic advices, we have them, for each advice, we have specific tools. The first one is AquaEdge. This one, it helps farmers manage the water in their farm, and we help a lot of them to reduce by 30% the water used in the irrigation. The second one is FertiEdge. And this one, we helped farmers to fertilize, to optimize the fertilization by using satellite images and artificial intelligence. And we are helping them reducing by 20% the nitrogen used for the fertilization, and in the same time increasing the yield by 24%. And this is very impactful for the farmers in their competitivity. The third one is PhytoEdge and SpryEdge. It's one tool, and it's used for the phytosanitary management for the farmers. And at the end of the season, we need to know how much, the farmer needs to know how much he will produce to manage the commercialization parts. And for that, we developed the Yield Edge to do this estimation. And the last tool that we developed is called CarboEdge, and the idea is not just to optimize the profitability, to optimize the yield, to optimize the competitivity, but also to have a positive impact in the sustainability and in the carbon footprints. And this is why we developed this tool to help farmers computing their carbon footprints, and also to simulate different strategies to reduce this carbon footprints. So as I said, we started here in Morocco, and after that we deployed our tools in Africa. Today we are our platform is deployed in 14 countries, mainly in Africa, but not just in Africa. We started also exporting the AgTech expertise that we developed here in Morocco and in Africa, outside Africa. And today we are present in Canada through a subsidiary called Agriculturix. And this is the last subsidiary that we created 1 month ago called Agriculturix France. And this one, it will be announced, it will be officially announced next week during Siam. So I'm counting on you to keep it secret until the next week. And in these 14 countries, we are connected with 90,000 farmers, and we are supervising 2 million hectares in those countries. So that's what I have to explain about Agrichain.
Thank you, Faisal. You can sit down. And for the panelists, I mean, the 7 minutes is the maximum you can do as Faisal, and do it quickly. It's fun. I think everybody wants to go on a coffee break, but still. Thank you, Faisal. You mentioned something very interesting for me, is that we have an African solution that is being exported to Canada and to Europe. So how that ecosystemic approach, because you are yourself an ecosystem of solutions, helps you and provides you a competitive edge when even going abroad and exporting the solution made in Africa to outside.
So you are talking about the OCP ecosystem, yeah?
I'm talking about Agrichain specifically.
Agrichain specifically, how we are, okay. The idea in the beginning, it was to develop AgTech tools adapted with the African context. And why we developed all the tools here, because the mindset is different. The African farmer, the mindset is different. And also we have a lot of technological challenges. And one of the challenges you talked about is something that it can give advices in native language. This is the first one. And also something that it can give information and advices, not just through digital platform. What it showed here is just the really digital part, but we are also giving the same advices by using voice messages and by text messages, and the idea is to facilitate the information and the communication and the interface between the complexity that we have on the artificial intelligence behind the tools and the field, the constraints that we have on the field. And all of these challenges, we found that the African farmers, yeah, he needs digitalization, but he has in their DNA a lot of innovation, and we learned a lot from him. You know, the challenges is very hard here in Africa and in Morocco, and the climate change is very impactful for the farmers here. And we see that, given that, the producer, if we take the Moroccan example we are in the top 5 of some in fruit producers, fruit producers, exporters. And if it comes from somewhere, it comes from this innovation DNA. And this is helping us to improve also the AgTech expertise and make this AgTech more efficient, more robust, and it allows us to go outside Africa, and this is where we think this African ecosystem helping us a lot to go outside Africa.
Great, thank you. So we see that growing things with difficulty makes you an expert, that then you can sell that expertise elsewhere. Thanks a lot. And I mean, the technology platform that you have, it's great, and technology is great, but it's even greater when it connects people, actually. So Thrive Agric, yes, Thrive Agric. Yeah. Can you please explain to us how community through technology provide financial and incentive for the farmers, and that market access we're talking about?
Absolutely. Hi everyone. Thanks for having me for the second time. All right. So you just go through. Next slide. At Thrive, we are trying to unlock what we believe is Africa's largest economic engine, the smallholder farmers. That's my co-founder and I, because they insisted I have a picture of him on the slide. And then just essentially we're trying to like solve set the essential challenges that farmers face, right? I mean, I think everyone has kind of run through it here today. It's credit, it's inputs, it's how do they sell their product, and how do they get information. And I mean, the opportunity is massive, as you can see, but yeah, I'll move on that. And here's how we address them, right? So on one end, we help farmers figure out like identity and inclusion. So for, I would say using Nigeria as an example, 80-90% of the farmers that we work with have never been on any digital platform, right? So we're their first access to any form of digital value, and then can unlock other things. We then take that data that we capture from them, enable them to unlock financing and inputs, use same data to provide them advice, and lastly, they can sell their products at the end of the season. And that's kind of how we make money. I didn't know my competitors are going to be on the tech, but it's okay. I'm just kidding. Then, yeah, so kind of explaining our model, right? So our model is very community-driven. We get into a community, onboard an agent, the agents onboard farmers, farmers break out, lead farmers create new farmer groups, agents create new communities, and kind of just grows organically by itself. We are currently at 1 million farmers, expect to hit 1.5, and then just kind of like expect to keep multiplying on and on from there. And I guess sort of speaking about our space, so when I think about what Thrive does, we are really just like a technology layer connecting the ecosystem together. Of course, there's a couple of different things like plugged in, but this is sort of how the model works, right? So on one end, you have the input dealers who are trying to figure out how to sell more inputs to the customers, trying to figure out how to sell customized inputs, just whatever that is, right? They get plugged into us. We provide critical data for them to blend better, decide on what inputs to sell, what directions to go, and they're just incentivized to keep investing in our ecosystem because obviously like, it helps them sell more. Banks want to lend more, don't know how to do it. We help them figure that out. I guess maybe an example on the left is definitely with OCP. We've introduced like new blends into the market in Nigeria as an example, trying to do that in new markets. With the banks do not provide financing. Today we've helped local banks disburse over $200 million to farmers and just kind of scaling that up. On the other end, also with the off-takers, trying to figure out like what to sell. So give an example like Flour Mills is a buyer in Nigeria, buys I think like 99% of their wheat from Canada and other countries, right? But then we help them figure out how they grow that locally, how do they ensure they can buy that from Nigeria, and ensure they can buy through us and invest in their ecosystem, and that just keeps growing, right? So we can focus on growing our critical network of farmers, and then everyone else sort of, whether it's provide better inputs, provide better financing, figure out sell their products, and kind of scale that up. And yeah, how we make that work, so I mean, behind the scene, of course, there's 400 warehouses and 2,000 employees, like moving things around. But like now there's also the app. We have an agent app, warehouse app, marketplace app, just to make sure like everything kind of speaks to each other. And here is where we are today. We claim to be the largest agri-tech platform. I use claim because, like, again, everyone sort of says, but we believe we're the largest agri-tech platform on the planet, on the continent today. We're across 1 million farmers. Our farmers have gotten over $300 million in inputs, marketplace sales, and over 1 million metric tons have been traded. We are present in Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and sort of like opening up into other markets. And last slide. So our goal is to essentially 10x in the next couple of years, right? We want to get to 10 million farmers. We're helping every farmer that works with us today try to triple their productivity and double their income, and want to get to 20 plus countries, right? And want to do that primarily through partnerships. So as an example, if you're building anything in this space today and you think about like, how do you want to pilot it? How do you want to scale that? We're definitely the guys to talk to. We have the most touch points with farmers than anyone else. So the average farmer probably connects with Thrive Agri at least 20 times through their value chain, whether that's in collecting inputs, selling their products, getting advice. So anything you want to figure out today. And I mean, I'll give some examples of what we're doing that. So Rabobank, as an example, is trying to figure out how to unlock carbon credit in the ecosystem for farmers. They're plugged into us. We're helping them like figure out how to grow agroforestry. That's about 3 million trees being done there, and that's just like a pilot, and that's going to scale up. I mean, we're doing something with Toba also on carbon farming to figure out how that scales. Yeah, and then like different elements of the OCP group. I think GTA is trying to figure out how to use AI for geosensing. So you have APIs, you want to move to our ecosystem, happy to do that. You are an input dealer, want to sell through our value chain, can't make that happen for you. Or you're a bank trying to figure out how to lend to farmers. our goal is just to remain super connected to the farmers, scale up to get 20 million farmers, and then help everyone who is trying to like produce more inputs, buy products or whatever, to do that through our ecosystem and ensure value comes back to the farmer essentially. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. And I mean, you talked about the parts of the OCP ecosystem that are client-facing, but there is one that actually just you met not that long ago, and that just became one of your shareholders, Benguerir. Can you talk a bit more about how that interaction went and what do you expect of becoming part of this ecosystem?
I mean, Benguerir is part of our ecosystem because they give us money to earn more salaries. I'm joking, but like Benguerir is, I mean, super amazing.
Well, obviously. I hope that we see that it's not just money that they give you.
Yeah, no, I'm joking. So yeah, Benguerir is, I mean, obviously like connected us with like very, very close to the ecosystem. Ensuring that we can expand into more markets. So introductions into like Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, making that happen. And also like just other elements, right? So we're doing something with GTA, which is I think, subset of Innovox, and that's going really well. Working with Toba also, and just trying to see, I guess, everything. Like coming to this event, there's just like so many parts of OCP I didn't even know exist. So I guess like just maximize the most value from that, yeah.
Sure, perfect, thank you. So maybe the next partner will finance the acquisition of all of that with the Apollo Ventures and see how we can not only help Kwame, the farmer we talked about, but also add this ecosystem into contributing to that well-being.
Hey everyone, I'm Eli, and I'm the founder and CEO of Apollo Agriculture. Our business is, like many of the folks in this room, about helping farmers make more money. The way we do that is we finance farmers, we sell them products, and we advise them. Now, before founding Apollo, I helped build an agri-tech in the US called the Climate Corporation. And at that company, we developed technology that provided highly customized recommendations to large-scale commercial farmers. So things like the optimal seed or the optimal fertilizer, customized based on soil, weather, satellites, all the data that we could access. And while that business ended up being pretty successful, we sold for almost $1 billion in 2013, while I was there, I think what I was struck by was, okay, here we are. We have 20 PhDs, and our big dream is to help a 5,000-hectare farmer increase their production by 2 or 3%. And obviously, that 2 or 3% matters a lot if you're farming 5,000 hectares. But I couldn't help but look and wonder if there weren't other bigger opportunities. So sub-Saharan Africa has 2.5 times the farmland as North America. Farmers are producing 10% to 20% of what a US farmer is producing. I think everyone on stage would agree that it's a more exciting opportunity to think about 2.5 times the farmland and partnering with a farmer to help them double or triple or quadruple their production rather than gain 2, 3, 4%. And so that's Apollo. You know, some things in life are very complicated and some things are very simple. The question of why small-scale farmers produce so much less is both complicated and simple. But what we like to think about is that farming at the end of the day is an equation of what you put in the ground times how you manage it times the weather you get. And if you want to know why that farmer produces less, look at that equation. A farmer in the US has access to everything that they need to optimize every element of that equation. Most farmers across sub-Saharan Africa have none of those things. They don't access financing. They can't access high-quality inputs. Their access to advisory is nascent, if existent. There's no insurance, and as a result, they produce less, much less. One step further, why is it that they don't have access to those things? I think there's 2 things I want to focus in on. The first is, farming is a capital-intensive business. You put your crops in the ground, you manage well, you pray, and you hope that you get your cash out at the end of the season. You need capital to invest, especially in high-quality new products. Second, farmers are fragmented. It's just expensive to reach farmers. Globally, agri has this very old-school enterprise sales business model where you're used to selling a lot of product to a relatively small number of very large farmers. And that model works great if you turn around and sell $1 million of product. But what about if you sell $100 worth of product or $200 worth of product? It doesn't work. And so as a result, it's too expensive to acquire and service farmers. You can't reach them scalably and profitably, and so they can't access the fundamental tools that they need. And so I feel excited, as I know many of these others do in this room, that I do genuinely think that there's a new opportunity. Previously, if I wanted to lend to that farmer, I'd have to visit him at his farm, maybe spend time with him, multiple visits, multiple months, Maybe banks never give a credit decision. Now, with satellite data, I can see even across history what's been happening. I can use machine learning and AI tools to better understand that. And with mobile phones and mobile money, I can build APIs and communicate automatically, transact money automatically to understand what's happening, why it's happening, and how to interact with that farmer. And so on top of that, we've built what we see as the farmer's operating system. Everything the farmer needs from seed to sale, the financing. I want to invest. Where do I get that money? The store. I need high quality new products for my soil. I need that new seed. I want to manage this insect outbreak. The advisory. How do I manage the core issues that I'm facing on my farm? Everything that a farmer needs from seed to sale, Apollo is able to provide that through a much more scalable cost structure than is previously available. And so, how does it work for the farmer in practice? Well, we try and make it really simple. Farmers meet and work with a field officer, and that field officer is supercharged by one of our apps. The farmer can get an instant credit decision if they want it. They can buy in cash if they want it. They check out in our network of retailers, and they receive agronomy support over the course of the season. It sounds extremely simple. It's meant to be extremely simple. I think somebody this morning said, let's not confuse the tech with what farmers want. Farmers want financing. Farmers want inputs. Maybe they also want tech. But tech, for us, is what allows us to deliver the core things, the fundamentals that farmers need, but in a scalable and financially sustainable manner for us. And so the farmer gets their inputs and their financing, but in the background, we've invested in the credit technology that lets us understand farmers, that lets us price their risk, that lets us lend profitably to them across a range of different cycles, and the automatic customer experience that lets us deliver the value that farmers need where they need it with the right unit economics. And so where are we so far? Well, we're a young company, but we've made a bit of progress. We've 400,000 paying customers, 1,000 retailer partners, 2,500 field officers, and I think for us, most importantly, profitable unit economics in each of the geographies that we serve. And so we've lent close to $100 million, and we've demonstrated that you can lend. These are 1-acre farmers, 2-acre farmers, 3-acre farmers, that you can do that in a way that attracts commercial capital and can scale with that commercial capital. And I think even more importantly, it works for farmers. So when you go back to that farmer who's producing 10%, 20% of what their counterpart in the US might be producing, we can partner with them and we can help them 2.5 times their profit. The farmers also like it, subjectively. Farmers say that they love working with Apollo. They come back again and again. They see the benefits, and they grow. And so, to me, where are we? Well, I mean, it's so inspiring to hear from the others on stage. Like, it feels so much better to have peers than to have competitors. And so, I'd be delighted to hear from anyone who's working in the same space. Echo what he said. I would love to hear from partners in how we can get, the next 1 million farmers and then the next 10 million farmers that much faster. Thanks for the time, and look forward to hopefully getting to know many of you. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Eli. You mentioned something that I think there's a parallel with what Faisal said, is that Faisal was looking for solutions and he couldn't find ones that were adapted to Africa, so he had to make them. You were in America where there were solutions, where there was a market and everything, but you couldn't find the right purpose, so you had to find one. So how would you describe that journey and that parallel with that journey?
Yeah, I mean, the first version of the business that we wanted to build was we wanted to process satellite data to generate analytics about farmers and sell that to banks and to input sellers. And as we got into that business, what we found, and that, this was a few years ago, and so it's possible that business model could work now. But at the time, what we realized was the only people who are going to monetize that data is us. We couldn't find banks. We couldn't find people who were ready to step in and lend to that. And so we said, okay, so we're going to lend on that data. We're going to prove that it works. And so it's been an evolution. I mean, I think the dream, I've now been based in Nairobi for 9 years, but before that I was based in San Francisco. The dream in San Francisco is something 100% automated. But I think what we've learned and where we've been humbled is that farmers don't actually want something 100% automated. I mean, even if we were in a position to deliver it, and today 3 in 4 of our customers don't have a smartphone. And so the fully automated remains elusive, but even if that was available, farmers say, I want to sit with someone and talk in my language with somebody in my community about the products that I'm going to buy, and that makes sense. That's the way farmers operate everywhere else in the world. US agri-retail is still transacted in person as well. And so I think we've had to take what we imagined we'd build, this fully automated, just tech, data-led solution, and realize that ultimately this is about delivering value to farmers on the ground where they are, and find somewhere in the middle that I think balances the best of both worlds.
Fantastic. I'm glad to hear that it's still a place for humans in this world. So, maybe next we talked a lot about farming, and the left side was saying what we call the double green revolution. Maybe talk about how carbon farming and TUBA can help achieve that.
Hello, everyone. Happy to see some familiar faces here. My name is Jihan Jishti. I'm the Carbon Farming Director for Africa and Brazil, and I'm here to share more about Torba. So Torba is a soil carbon removal startup. We have been founded in Morocco in 2022 by Innovex, our founding partner. And we have started operating in Morocco, but today we are operating in Nigeria, Brazil, and Ethiopia. But before we go into more, how does it work? Sorry, technical problem. So before we go into what soil carbon is, let's maybe set the scene about the global climate discussion. And yet again, this year, we have reached record high of atmospheric carbon dioxide levels, reaching almost 425 ppm. And this despite the different pledges and commitments by the different countries, COP after COP. The IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, gave us a little bit some insights about the scale of the solution that we need to have. And in order to limit ourselves to 1.5 degrees, we need to sequestrate almost 9 gigatons per year of CO2 by 2050. It's not easy to find gigaton scale solutions today. So what do we have available? This is another map that the IPCC has suggested. This is all the technology available to us today from a carbon direct removal perspective. Some are technology-based, but we also have what we call nature-based solutions. As you can see, soil carbon sequestration, which will be the focus of our discussion today, is one of the highest in terms of potential. We can sequestrate somewhere between 2 to 5 gigatons of CO2 per year, and it's also one of the most cost-effective solutions. So how does it work? So did you know that soils are actually the second largest natural carbon sink after the oceans? But how do we, and I often get this question, how do we sequestrate carbon from the atmosphere and absorb it? I think everyone knows about the trees, the photosynthesis. We all had it in our biology class. We know about the trees, but little we know that also in the root system, we can actually absorb carbon and sequestrate it through a natural process. The plants store the CO2, and it's actually also enriching the soil, making them healthier, increasing the organic matter and the biomass. These carbon sequestration in the soil can be optimized by certain practices and by optimizing the land management. And we've been talking today about regenerative agriculture. So these are a set of practices that are available today. Some are very old practices that can actually enhance not only the soil fertility, but also the climate resilience of the plants. We can talk about intercropping, which is mixing two different crops in one specific land. We have crop rotation and cover crop, which help us not put the soil to the bare and protect the humidity levels as well. We have the minimum tillage, which is minimizing the disturbance of the soil so that we can keep the soil, the CO2 beneath the soil where it belongs. And lastly, agroforestry, which gives also increased biodiversity by mixing trees and also the land management. So all of these are natural practices that are available today, but the farmers, to make them change their mind, it's not always an easy task. And at the end, they are the one making the decisions on how to manage their own land. And this is where TUBA comes to play. So we are a project developer, as I said, but our mission is really to empower farmers into the transition towards a more sustainable agriculture. And carbon markets today is also an effective tool to be able to finance this transition and support them into the decision-making in every day. So how does it work? One, we need to recruit farmers, engage with them, try to convince them about the importance of changing some of those practices, not only from a carbon revenue perspective, but also because at the end, it also increases the soil fertility, and it also makes him turn his farm into a more climate resilient farm. Once we are convincing the farmer, we train them. We have an in-house developed technological platforms that enable us not only to monitor the practices that the farmer have, but also help us evaluating and the level of carbon that is sequestrated through the different practices that he's putting in place. Then, once we have the farmer that is convinced, putting in place the practices, and we are able to support the practices, we can issue credits into the global carbon markets. Thanks to third-party verifiers and auditors, Vera is one of the major registry and the one we are working with. And lastly, we share the revenue between the farmer and ourselves. So these are an example from Morocco. So we started our activities in Morocco, as I said, and it was very important for us to see the impact, especially in the context of hydric stress. You may know that Morocco have been facing the 6th year in a row where we have having severe drought, and what we realized is that the farmers who were within the program had actually better margins, better yields in times of those hydric stress. Because of those activities can retain the humidity under the soil, and at the end of the day, not only he has increased revenue from the yield and sustain his yield, but he can also tap into additional source of revenue from the carbon credits. So how does it work? We are here to simplify the process. Certification is really a lengthy, complicated, costly process. So we came here, thanks to our technology and thanks also to the expertise of our own team, simplifying this for the farmer so that he can also have access to international carbon credit markets. We are using our own project developers. We are leveraging also some network of experts and agronomists on the ground and extension agents to facilitate that work. And at the end, we tap into voluntary buyers like OCP, or even like some of the, Microsoft is one of the biggest buyers actually today, who wants to claim that they are going towards a decarbonization pathway, and they need project developers like us who can generate positive credits around the world. So maybe one word on the technology side. So in the carbon credit space, accountability, traceability is very critical. And MRV is key in that regard. MRV is the monitoring, reporting, and verification system that is put in place. In the case of soil carbon, how do we measure soil carbon? We do soil sampling first. Field information is key, but we also tap on satellite imagery to be able to have inputs for the soil models that are certified soil models backed with hundreds of years of scientific research. And thanks to that tool, which is even more critical, is that it reduces our cost to serve to farmer by 60 to 80%, which is critical, especially in the context of Africa, where we have very smallholder farmers. So without MRV tool, it will be very difficult to have economically viable projects. These are just some examples of how we use the technological platform. Last words, where we are today, we are present in 4 countries. We have a network of agronomists and EAs. We have supporting 10,000 of farmers, and hopefully we'll be expanding to other countries. We have a very bold ambition. It's 6 million hectares that we want to have under coverage by 2030, which represent approximately 500,000 farmers. But we especially want to have a great social impact from a climate change perspective, with up to 15 million tons of CO2 sequestrated by 2030, but also towards the farmers and smallholder farmers. And these are just some pictures of our activities around the world. So we really want to build an inclusive carbon markets and give access to just green transition to some of those smallholder farmers that are left aside in this global discussion. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jeanne.
Should I go back?
No, it's funny, we're talking about a lot of circular economy, and I never realized that we have data company who are buying carbon credits to sell data to farmers so they can sell them that carbon credit. So that's a nice circularity that we have over there. You talked about MRVs, and at the end of the day, what's the true cost of that certification? What are the challenges, maybe more the social challenges and not just the technology, or how the technology solve those social challenges to make sure that you go through that certification as cheaply as possible so you make the carbon credit worth it?
I think everyone has this word, is the data availability, to be able to make sure that the models works and are calibrated to the local context. We have various agroecological zones, and to have very accurate computation of the carbon sequestration is very challenging. But the scientific has tremendously advanced over the recent years. But what is also more challenging is the change management of the farmer. And for minimizing that risk and also increasing the value for the farmer, for them to stay in the program for the long term, because durability is also a big challenge in this carbon discussion, we rely on strategic partners. We are partnering with OCP Africa in Nigeria and Ethiopia. We are also partnering with Thrive Agric in Nigeria. They have this trust relationship with the farmer already established, and it facilitates the change management as well.
Perfect, thank you, Jihan. So we went from food security to carbon security, and then we can come back, and there is another circularity with Pauline and net zero.
So I'm really grateful to be here today on this Innovex OCP ecosystem, and I believe that the topic I would be addressing about biochar is really bringing a kind of missing piece to this double green revolution. So we've seen two main challenges today, the challenge of productivity, soil restoration, and as well as this challenge of decarbonization. And I truly believe that biochar can be a solution for it. So I will tell you a little bit more about what is biochar for those of you who are not familiar with biochar. Biochar is something we can produce through the pyrolysis of any biomass. In our case, we are focusing on crop residues to put in place a circular economy. And this product, this really carbon-rich material, first is storing carbon. So this is storing carbon for a really long-term approach, 100 to 1,000 of years. This solution was recognized by IPCC in 2018 for this capacity to storage, to carbon capture, high permanency carbon capture. And just to give you a rough idea, for 1 ton of biochar produced under controlled and industrial condition, you can store about 1.5 to 2 tons of CO2. And in the same time, this really interesting material is having great co-benefits. And this is why this approach makes a lot of sense in terms of sustainable agriculture and regen agriculture. It's improving the yield, and I will come back to how it's happening, and as well really try to mitigate the effect of climate change on soils, especially in terms of water scarcity. There is as well other co-benefits. We are talking about a product that is going back to the soil, to the farmers, but we are talking about an industrial process that is generating energy. Energy that is really crucial on some rural area, and that enable to really improve the energy efficiency of the agro-industrial with whom we are partnering. And of course, as any new industrial activity, this is creating jobs in rural areas. So biochar, it's a product that can be produced by the pyrolysis of those biomasses, and it looks like a sponge. If we look at it, you have a view here of a zoom of what is biochar, and this is this sponge that will enable to really structure the soils. So biochar, unlike other materials, it's something that you bring once. You should see it as an investment in your soil. You will bring it to structure the soil, and it will enable to retain the water, retain the nutrients, create better aeration of soil, and all that would lead to a yield increase. So this is not a replacement to fertilizer, it's something that brings a kind of structure to make the most of what a farmer will bring to his soil. And in this case, we had a lot of studies, agronomic studies for the last 15 years that were describing the effect of biochar on the soils. It starts to be really much more known now because of the carbon market that is an enabler for biochar. Just to give you a range of idea, the type of yield increase we can expect with biochar use as soil structure and then proper fertilization is plus 30 to 40% extra compared to what should be the current fertilization practice. We have been at Net Zero putting in place around 60 monitored trials, working with the most renowned university in Brazil and environmental institutions to show how biochar is performing on soils. different type of crops, different type of soils. And of course, we are working today with OCP and Innovex on how we can better formulate products based on biochar. Net zero is not only about this product, it's about what we are developing as a company. First, we work on the technology. So we've been developing our own technology to process on the most efficient way biochar. So biochar as an agronomic product, but biochar as well as a way to store carbon. And this technological path is really important on two aspects, the product quality and the control of the product quality, and of course the integrity of the carbon credits we are generating. We are end-to-end, meaning we are starting from the field with the farmers, collecting the biomasses, and then processing it, using this biochar and generating our carbon credits and commercializing it. Focus on tropical country, because most of the crops are here, a lot of biomass are unused, and as well, this is where we have the most critical need for this type of soil amendment that is especially efficient with acidic soils. Here, this is a picture of net zero technology. So we've been through various technological iterations. We started in 2021 in Cameroon, and then we've continuing developing a technology that is highly modular to fit the needs of all type of agro-industrial players. We are on various type of value chain, like coffee, rice, sugarcane, and much more. Actually, we are studying a wide variety of biomass that can be used to produce biochar. This technology was designed to be easy to install, so to be integrated to existing industrial sites, and being really a way to develop quickly a project, being able to be incorporated on an existing ecosystem. This technology as well would have been recognized to be easy to operate because it has been fully automated in order that an agro-industrial can be trained by net zero and integrate this in its own operation. You have understood that net zero is about biochar knowledge, technology, and this is as well about a business model. So we have been developing a business model that is related to franchise. So this is about partnership with agro-industrial players. And we will be supporting them along the whole value chain. So if you have a biomass, if you are involved on any agri-value chain where you would like to improve your soil, you can become a net zero partner. Meaning you can be owning and operating your own plant, and we will be supporting you all along the way. Through the design of the project, the implementation of the technology, and as well supporting you on the performance of your plant, your technical assistance, and the certification and generation of carbon credits with a digital MRV system that we have been designing. So we have built all that based on our current operation with 1 plant in Cameroon, 2 other plants in operation in Brazil, 2 other ones coming for this year in Brazil, and as well the first partners for franchise in Brazil. We are really grateful to have OCP Innovex part of our shareholders, and we have been followed by a group of shareholders that have been really committed to support our development on technological and agronomical aspects. Our technology has been recognized by several prizes, we've been finalists of X Prize, we are recognized and certified by Pure Earth. And all that has been made possible as well by ecosystem players, people that are involved on value chains like Ecom, Nespresso, Marubeni for the coffee value chain.
Pauline, I'm sorry.
And if you want to know more about us, you can, of course, go and see our website and various films to understand how biochar is working on soils. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline.
Thank you so much for all these presentations. Let's give a round of applause to our moderator and presenters. This has been a wonderful session, really insightful. It's so incredibly energizing to see such a diverse and growing ecosystem with players working at the intersection of agriculture, of finance, of climate and tech. So we have a couple questions, if you don't mind. We'll give you just a final word, each one of you. The main question, Mehdi, is really about funding. This is what came up here on WOVA. Again, please make sure that you're submitting your questions on WOVA. We really want to hear from you. We really want to make sure that we're engaging with you. So the question is really about funding. Do you fund in any way for the farmers? And if yes, how do you mitigate the risk of farmer failing to pay in cash or by his harvest? So yeah, mainly a question about funding. If you could like dig into that, and probably 1 minute each to wrap up this session. Thank you. Let's start.
Kwame needs to pay, so who wants to go ahead?
I'm happy to give a quick one on that. So when we think about rating credit risk, we think about the farmer, their farm, and the season. And so we focus our assessment and our machine learning models on the farmer and their farm, and that's the risks that we're earning money to take. For the season, if we could predict, is it going to rain in 6 months? I mean, we could go trade commodities futures or something and do that. And so for that, we're very aggressive about taking those risks off our balance sheet with insurance. And so most importantly, that means if you want to borrow with Apollo, you have to take out an agri-insurance policy through us. We also require the inclusion of a credit life insurance policy that protects against disability of the borrower. And so we certainly can't remove all of the risk from farming, but we do feel like insurance and credit are important to have together here, both for our business and the protection of our balance sheet, which is not, of course, not unlimited, but also for the protection of the farmer. And so much more to discuss there, but I think that that's sort of a central part of our risk model.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to react on this? A final word to wrap up the session?
Sure, absolutely. I think there's two other opportunities there. I mean, in addition to what Eli had said, I think there's also a scoring that is tied to like the farmer standing within the community, right? So on our end, try to put them in trust groups so they cross-guarantee each other in a way that the farmers are accountable to each other. If one farmer defaults, the other farmers are able to put pressure on them. And then if at the end of the season it doesn't pay, they can kick him out of their groups, right? So I think there is that, and it's sort of like how these communities work, right? They do things together, they live together in the same communities. The best person to tell you if a farmer will repay is probably another farmer that lives close by. So I think there's something there. I think there's also the potential of working on the market access side of things. So if you provide farmers credit, and it can be tricky collecting money back in some of these communities. I mean, at some point in time, either like price of products are low, or they can't figure out a way to sell it. So I guess like figuring out instead of cash, maybe collecting products could also help with that. Yeah.
Thank you.
In the case of Torba, we don't really sell something to the farmer. It's the opposite. Like we bring him revenue, additional revenue for his activities and for transition. But if I were to think of a default situation in our case, it will be, for example, a farmer dropping off the program and stopping applying some of these originative practices. And this is very challenging to make sure that there is the value proposition for farmers is strong enough for them to stay in the program the longest possible, because we are talking about like 10, 20 years program. And in that case, this is where it's very important to have strategic partners who can also add a layer of input bundles, access to credit, access to finance. And I think if you bring to the farmer a holistic bundle of product and services and support him by technical assistance and training, in that case, I think we're good to go.
Amazing, thank you so much. Yes,
please. We have been facing this challenge for biochar, and so part of the answer for us was to build an ecosystem on the value chain that can support the program on the initial phase. Because after that, of course, the yield increase is paying for the initial investments, but we have been involving all the players of the value chain to launch and kick off the program, and relying, of course, on some credit systems for farmers.
Cool. Hilary, one last question.
Yeah, so I'll say at OCP Africa, Tanzanian level, our level of interface is with the government. We are participating in the government subsidy program. So the government is cautioning portion of the cost of the fertilizer. So we have a very good relationship with the government. We don't really work directly with the smallholder farmer unless it's a farmer cooperative, like an aggregation of farmers who have a clear defined structure registered, who have the qualification even to be accessing some financing with the bank. So we are saving them some directly when they are pre-financed by the bank, but those are in a nucleus kind of form, like in some key commercial crops. But with the smallholder farmer on regular basis, they are cautioned through the government, and we are working very good with the government of Tanzania.
All right, wonderful. Any last words? Please.
Also, I think the collaboration between AgTech startups and AgTech tools and the banks will facilitate a lot the question about funding. Because when we discussed, we got some discussion with banks, and they are ready to give money to farmers. But the problem that they don't know what these farmers is doing in the field. And I think with this the data we are leveraging on the data that we have, we will reduce the risk that the farmers have for the banks.
Perfect. Wonderful session from the players of the ecosystem. Let's please give them a round of applause. Thank you all so much. This was perfectly on time. Please step to the front of the stage. Let's to keep one memory of this wonderful session. We'll take a photo. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, we will switch the break session to the end of this event. You will have plenty of time for you to interact. We want to stay on time for the rest of our session. We are perfectly on time with the agenda for our plenary 3. And again, do not forget that we are honored to have the president of UM6P coming for the closing remarks. So please stay with us in the room. In a few seconds, we'll be kicking off plenary 3 right on time. Let's give them again a round of applause. Thank you all so much. All right, one final photo before we introduce Plenary 3, Funding Africa's Green Revolution. And this session is organized in partnership with Atlas, the Agricultural Transition Lab for African Solution. It will focus on bold cross-sector strategies to accelerate financing for green agricultural transformation. And for this final plenary of the day, we are honored to have a wonderful lineup of speakers. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Mrs. Shazio Zavadogo, Investment Director of Synergy Burkina. Let's give her a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. Welcome to you. We are also welcoming Mr. Vasco Molini, lead of the 50-20-30 Initiative, World Bank. Let's please give him a round of applause. Welcome to you. We are pleased to have with us Mr. Muez Ali, Senior Research and Policy Associate, Earthna Qatar Foundation. Let's please give him a round of applause. Welcome to you. Please take your seats. We are also pleased to have with us today Mrs. Cécile Koupri, Regional Director for North Africa, AFD. Let's welcome her as well. Also joining us today, Mr. Rashid Serrej, Lead Africa Initiative, University Mohammed VI Polytechnique. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Patrick Dupoux, Head of BCG Africa. Let's give him a round of applause. And for the opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to hear from Younes Addou, Vice President, Agribusiness and Sustainability at Innovex. Let's also welcome him on stage. I'll hand over to Younes for the opening remarks, and then it's over to you, dear Patrick. Have a wonderful session.
Thank you. I'm gonna be really concise and quick. I know that end of the day. Well, we've had quite an interesting day today, and with some powerful discussions. We first started with the first panel around innovation and how it is a catalyzer for agri-financing. Then we continued with the second panel and how customization is a strategic entry point for green revolution, green transition. Then we had lunch, and it was quite important as well to decide what was better between fish tagine and chicken tagine. And then we followed up with the showcasing of the OCP ecosystem with the different integrated approach, farmer integrated approach from soil analysis, mapping into finance and aggregation of farmers. So last but not least, and I believe to make it more concrete, we finish with the advocacy component, which is an important component as well, because in order to enable financing and innovation, we definitely need to have the right regulations and have the right tools to raise awareness around those topics. Therefore, we have quite a strong and significant panel today with as a moderator that is as strong as and significant, and to whom I will leave the floor. Patrick, please, if you can start. Thank you.
Thank you, Younes. So I will start because I am conscious this is the last panel of the day. Everyone is over-paneled, over-conferenced. So let's try to make it lively. I will ask you one question. So imagine you have many problems to solve, and you have many levers, many topics to invest to solve your problem. And one of these levers actually solves half of your problem. Would you allocate 2-3% of your investment to that lever? Well, probably not. But believe it or not, this is what we do in the global development ecosystem. So if you look at the importance of African agri-food systems to what we call the SDGs, are apparently SDGs is not politically correct anymore. There are places where you cannot say that words, so I will say it again, SDGs. Half of the world SDGs, more or less, depending on which one, are directly related to our ability to improve African agri-food systems. You will see between 30 and 60%. And yet, African agri-food systems, it's way, way, way below 1% of global investments. It's even way, way, way below 1% of investments in data in general today. But even ODA, you would expect that it's a very big part of it. It's less than 3% of global ODA, and in Africa, it's less than 5% of the investments. So there is a major gap. If you look one by one, not going to go in detail, but more than half of the world's extreme poverty is in Africa, very much related to our ability to improve the wealth of rural areas and to improve access to food. Hunger, more than 60% of acute hunger is in Africa, and it's very much related to the productivity of the African food systems. Good health and well-being, education, women empowerment, work, economic growth, also very much impacted by African agri-food ecosystems. And even climate action. The biggest impact of climate will be climate refugees. Where will climate refugees occur? Mostly in sub-Saharan Africa and in places where it's mostly about the impact of climate change on agricultural yields. So whatever SDG you take, African agri-food system is between 30 and 60% of the impact of the SDG gap. And surprisingly, and well, yeah, I think this one you know, you are experts, so we give this presentation, we gave it in Davos, in others, in less experts, but it's very clear the triple win of investing in African agriculture for Africa on economic development, food security, resilience to climate change, but also for the world, you know, to stabilize global supply chain, to improve our resilience to climate change, to avoid displacements and climate refugees. And for investors, there are massive opportunities. You just saw some of them just now. So, surprisingly, the share of agricultural investment, even in Africa, is very low. It's 4% of private investment within Africa. In the world, it's 10%. So you would assume that the share of investment in Africa that goes to agriculture would be higher than in the rest of the world. Because food is so important, and because agriculture is such a powerful economic development lever, yet it's 4%, 10% in the rest of the world. Public expenditure, it's 3%, in line with the rest of the world. But you would expect that given how important it is for basic needs, that would be much higher. And the CADEP objective was 10%. And even development finance, I said 3% of global ODA, but in Africa, which is half of the world's ODA, it's only 7%. Overall, the annual agricultural investment per farmer in Africa, it's 10x, 9x below the world's average. So there is a big African agriculture gap. You are probably reading the news, so you are probably aware that the world of ODA and global development is not going through massive tailwind, to say the least. So there will be a gap, mostly coming from the US, but not only the US, of 40 to 60 billion USD by 27. So it's even more important to make sure that what remains is going to the right investment domains. So this is why in 2023, in November, a call to action was launched at the Paris Peace Forum. So for those who don't know what the Paris Peace Forum is, it's a global platform launched in Paris on the 11th of November 2018, which serve as I said, as a platform to discuss global topics that are not well or sufficiently addressed in the multilateral governance. Excuse me? Yes. So it's basically identifying topics which are not sufficiently well addressed in the global multilateral governance model and try to bring consensus around a number of topics on AI governance and so on. And the Paris Peace Forum identified African agriculture as one of those topics which we need to urgently work on and launch this call for action with about 30 members in November 23 and then in June 24 at the spring meetings here in Benguerir. And so we have a number of organizations here. This is co-chaired by Pascal Lamy, President of the Paris Peace Forum, and Dr. Ibrahim Mayaki, Special Envoy from the African Union. So what is the vision for Atlas? So Atlas, the first one is, as you said, Younes, it's an advocacy platform. Advocate for an increase in investments towards Africa's agri-food systems. The second thing is to drive consensus on how we invest. What do we invest? What are the priorities, investment priorities? I think that has been already quite covered during the day. And then the third thing, which is always the weak pillar in a global development ecosystem, is transparency and accountability, is bringing numbers, figures, measuring if we actually do what we promised we would do. And so, in Davos, at the World Economic Forum in January, we launched the 2x30 challenge. 2x30, it's basically targeting to double the level of investment in the African agri-food systems by 2030. So today it's more or less 50 billion a year. The idea is to double it. And if you de-average it between private investment, public investments, and development funding, as you can see, the bulk of the growth will come from private investment, with public expenditure and development funding aiming at de-risking to actually increase private investment. But just public investment, again, all African countries committed to the 10% CADEP target, only 2 out of 54 countries do comply with this objective. So there is advocacy to do at every level and within each segment. And then the second one is measuring. So we launched the first investment barometer tracking the investment flow into the African food sector, agri-food sector, by country, by domain, by topic, by element of the value chain, to really track where we are delivering and where we are lagging. So what's next for Atlas? Atlas is right now mostly an advocacy platform with the 2x30 challenge, but the idea it's pretty much focusing on investments right now. It has the ambition to focus on other topics than investment, but will continue the advocacy activities in a number of global platforms like FFD4, COP30, New York Climate Week, if it still exists, and then the G20, which will be in Africa in December. And so the idea is to really rally stakeholders around these priorities. So now let me turn to our panel. And I will start, since it's advocacy, it has a lot of policy elements to it, with you, Vasco, the World Bank. You are clearly a very important player in that. So my first question is, why do you think we have this gap? Why is it that agriculture has been underinvested in the last 20 years? And what does the World Bank is doing now to actually change the course of these underinvestments? Not an easy one, I agree. Don't worry, everyone's sleeping, it's 4:30. So.
Look, I think that, I mean, going back to your presentation, I mean, that's my modest opinion, what has been lacking is really the private sector in Africa. So, because as you were pointing out, even if we scale up the public investment from states in Africa, ODA, well, if we have this ambition to increase it, but as you pointed out, probably the expectation is that it's going to decrease, well, we need to have the private sector entering in the agribusiness in Africa. And why is not entering? So I give you the answer from the perspective I come from, which is data, okay? So I think that the lack of transparency and the lack of clear information about the potential and what African agriculture needs has hindered the private sector to enter in Africa massively, because the opportunities are there, okay? But what is missing is really granular data that can encourage investors to enter in the business. So what I'm doing as a World Bank, not that I'm providing the solution, I'm providing one little piece of the puzzle of solutions, is precisely working on that. My initiative, 50 by 30, is an initiative to provide data to build a national agricultural statistical system in 50 countries. And of these 50 countries, 35 or even more are in Africa. So what we are doing is creating really a system that can tell what is the productivity, what is the production, how much land is cultivated, if they're using fertilizer, and so on, so on, in all these countries. And this information is provided for free, okay? Can be freely downloadable from the FAO portal, because we're working together. And this, I think, can contribute to what we always like to say is the key thing in Africa, leveling the playing field, okay? So we work on really cutting the grass, straightening the lines, and then encouraging Real Madrid, Inter, Paris Saint-Germain, and coming and playing.
Even Real Madrid?
Well, yesterday didn't go so well, I agree. But I don't mind, I support Inter, so I was happy.
Okay. I support PSG, so I'm happy.
So, this is, I think, is one of the key things. Now, what is the World Bank doing? Of course, World Bank has financed a lot, has supported a lot the agricultural sector, but I think that this understanding that we can do something, but we cannot do all, I mean, is very clear in my leadership, okay? So we are really working on doing what I think and they think we are best at, which is precisely what I was telling you, working on leveling the playing field. And of course, there are some resources allocated there, but we should be completely honest and aware that these are not enough. And we really want the private sector, and we really need to talk to the private sector and ask what you need.
So let's turn to the private sector. Aisha, you are representing an impact investment fund investing into agriculture in Burkina and beyond, I think. Yes. So do you think you get the support you need, or there is sufficient attention to attracting private sector investment in agriculture? How do you work? How do you make sure that you get sufficient interest from LPs and other investors into your sector and what you do?
Thank you for the floor. I'm honored to be a member to be here with you. I'm from Nere Capital, an impact investment fund, formerly Synergie Burkina. And Nere Capital is a member of INP network. And INP, Investisseurs et Partenaires, is a family of Pan-African impact investment fund that has been dedicated to founding and supporting African SMEs for over 20 years. And Nere Capital is located in Burkina Faso, and we are doing the same job as INP. We are supporting and founding SMEs. And in our opinion, it's to bring the gap in agriculture finance and agriculture finance in Africa. It's necessary to have a smart combination of innovation, strategic partnership, and a strong business support. And that way, we are actively working with strategic partners like European Union through INP, like GIZ and USAID. And I can tell that we have the support to do what we are doing. It's not always sufficient. I think it's never sufficient when we are acting in agricultural sector, but we are the support, and we are always actively advocating and encourage partners to support investors.
Thank you. So let me turn to you, Cécile. So you represent AFD, one of the big DFI investing in Africa. Can you tell us a bit what AFD is doing in the overall agriculture sector? Do you have a specific angle? Do you address priority topics? And do you feel that investing into African agriculture is high in the priorities of AFD in its overall portfolio?
Yes, definitely it is high on our portfolio. I didn't know the exact figures, but you were mentioning the percentage of agricultural funding. I would guess it's about 10% at AFD. Of course, it's not. It may be not enough in your views, but I can say that it is more than.
But if it was 10% for everyone, all ODA, we would be in a much better place.
Yes. Okay, first I want to say again something which has been said a lot today, but which is very important. The first question is, what do we want to achieve? And I think we all agree, I've heard it, that we have 3 pillars. First of all, we want to increase food production because we know the population will increase and the amount of produced food is not enough. So this means that we have to work on crop yields, productivity. Okay, if that's the first pillar. The second is to preserve the environmental, that's the sustainable part of it. We all want to protect land and water resources. We want to preserve soil health and fertility. So this is why AFD is very keen on supporting ecological farming practices. And the third pillar, of course, is inclusiveness. We all want to securize and increase the revenues of small farmers. So I wanted to repeat that we work on those 3 objectives, like all of us here. And how do we do? You know that AFD likes to remind that we are a group now. So we have the public part, which is AFD, and the private part, which is ProParco. We want to work with all stakeholders. You were saying, like the World Bank, we know we're not very big, but we want to be present at every place of the system. So it means, first, we are on the side of governments. We support their public policies. We know that trade relations is important as far as land aspects and water policy are concerned. So, for instance, in Morocco, we support the water reforms. Second, we want to contribute to farm advisory services. I know the World Bank is very strong in it. We have various projects working on this. Third, we participate in financing infrastructures. Infrastructures are very important, especially in the water sector. We have to finance irrigation, reservoirs, dams, all this. And in North Africa, we have a focus on financing the reuse of treated waters. So in every country in North Africa. Fourth, we want to finance agro-industry. And fifth, we want to support the financial system. Actually, we are too big to finance directly every farmer, but we use the financial system to be more effective. We do it with public and private banks, so on AFD and ProParker side, and so that the agricultural sector will be more financed. So just one figure, at the moment, AFD finances 600 projects, half of them being in Africa. As far as ProParker is concerned, I want to say that they have a special initiative called Farm, and in 10 years, they will finance 1.5 billion euros. So it shows that it is very important for them.
Thank you. Let me turn to you. Is it Ali or Muez? Your first name, because. Okay, Dr. Muez. So, can you tell us about what the Qatar Foundation is doing, and what do you see as priorities to actually increase the level of investment to African agri-food system, but more importantly, to increase the efficiency also of the whole sector?
Sure. In Qatar Foundation, we mostly work on food security in Qatar. But because Qatar is a net importer of food, all types of food, we by default have to look at where Qatar imports its food from. And if the countries where the source countries are practicing agriculture in a sustainable way, that also affects Qatar's own food security. And as part of our work, so I work in a sustainability and climate change policy center. And as part of our sustainability and climate change focus, we recently launched an initiative focusing on traditional knowledge and how traditional knowledge and practices can be incorporated in sustainability and climate change policy. And actually this year we have our summit, the Earthna Summit, the second iteration, is next week. And during the summit, we're launching for the first time an Earthna Prize, which is given to organizations, individuals, institutions that work to either preserve or increase the practice of traditional knowledge in various sustainability themes, one of them being food and agriculture. And I think one of the 12 finalists, I think 2 or 3 of them work in food and agriculture. And so as part of our research, we work with policy. So we're looking at agricultural policies and how they align with traditional sustainable practices. And I think we found that in some cases, I think I want to disagree with Vasco in this, is that the problem is policy related, or the problem is structural, not necessarily lack of data or even lack of investments. And so what we think is potentially, or what we think we could do in terms of long-term solutions, is trying to solve those foundational structural problems. We haven't figured it out yet, but we feel like this is a path worth pursuing. And so we're kind of looking at the issue from a policy perspective. I mean, we can talk about this more later. But basically, if you address the kind of the policy distortions, which are linked to the structural problems, then that by default unlocks space for private or public capital to come in, because it becomes less risky over time. Thank you.
Okay, maybe building on that, do you have, maybe if you can give us a couple of examples or illustrations of policies or projects that you've been supporting?
I mean, one of the main structural problems is debt, right? And what debt tends to do is that it dictates the behavior of governments. And you can see this playing out in the energy sector in sub-Saharan African countries. Many African countries, for example, Ethiopia recently built the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. And part of that project is for Ethiopia to be able to export electricity to its neighbors, right? Ethiopia is nowhere near 100% electrified, right? But by exporting electricity, it can sell electricity in foreign currency. To Sudan, for example, they had an agreement where they would sell a kilowatt hour for like 12 cents or 15 cents per kilowatt hour. And what that money would be foreign currency for Ethiopia, which it can then use to pay for its debt. And that policy or this path makes no sense if Ethiopia is not 100% electrified, right? So if you have these resources, you have this useful resource, why would you export it if you're not locally satisfied? And with agriculture, I think one potential area where where you can see some similar stuff happening is when you attract investment. I mean, investments want profit, and the most profitable way to do things in agriculture is to, is large-scale monoculture agriculture, so that you can then export that and get foreign currency to pay off your debts. And we saw this playing out in Sudan since 2011 when South Sudan seceded. The agricultural sector boomed, but mostly cash crops, right? Agriculture sector was booming, but malnutrition was also increasing. And that was because there was a lack of foreign currency, because Sudan lost its oil exports. And now a lot of multinationals invested in agriculture so they can export it, so they can get access to foreign currency for themselves. So the main commodity became the foreign currency as opposed to agricultural commodity itself. And these are all results of policy distortions, and they're due to the main structural issue, which is debt. So these are the type of areas we're trying to focus on and see what type, how could you potentially use, the platforms that large international organizations or influential regional countries have to try and sort or trying to figure out problems related to debt. If you can address these issues through new financing models, but ultimately it's more of a focus on policy than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Rashid, you are at home, right? At UM6P. You've been around for quite a while in the broader agri-food ecosystem. How critical you think is advocacy, like what we are discussing today? How important is it to, because pretty much everyone in this room is convinced of the same, and I think we share the same view. How critical is to do advocacy towards broader stakeholders, governments, international organizations, private sector, investors? And what does, in a way, UM6P and you contribute in that broader ecosystem?
Well, thank you. I'm actually not quite sure we all agree on because as they say in general, the devil is in the details. Of course, in the overall picture, we all agree on where things should go. But first of all, let me again, welcome you at UM6P. You will be welcomed officially by the President. This place has a dream and an ambition That's why we're here today. Innovix and some of these small enterprises we've heard are emerging from this. Obviously, we have a huge ambition, which is to be a key player in this transformation of Africa, not only in agriculture, but across for sustainable development. Now, the task is huge. I just want to start with somehow kind of a feedback and things I've heard. It's been really a very rich day. I mean, from the morning, we've heard a lot of things and a lot of relevant things. And we've heard, I mean, one of the words that keeps coming is de-risking. This is really key because, you know, agriculture, food systems, this is all very risky. And especially in these kind of scenarios where we're moving now. The global trade, disruption, deglobalization, God knows what's going to come tomorrow. So we are evolving in more and more into uncertainty. So de-risking. I would bring, in addition to what we've heard today, I would put probably in the center of that de-risking strategies, science. Please don't forget that. I think that's the basic on which we all, these adventures. And when I say science, it means going to do the reality check. Because in all these adventures that we're taking in agri-food systems, we're making assumptions. And sometimes those assumptions are big. So we need to do the reality check. Last month, I mean, 2 months ago, we had the Science Week at UM6P. I invite you for the next one. We have it every year. And this year, we had 2 topics for the Ag Day. We had agroecology and agri-tech. And we tried, basically, we are like the mechanics. We're opening the engine and trying to find out what exactly in there, what the science tells us, what are the assumptions, and ask some tough questions. I think this is really key, and this is for me, de-risking maybe even more than the financial part of de-risking. That's my number one. Number two, we're in the middle of all this digital revolution that came actually from our discussion also in the Science Week. We see artificial intelligence coming in a big way. It's going to transform everything we do, digital. Now, if we put that in the context of Africa, things do not work as planned. And that's from my little experience previously with leading the initiative on small-scale family farming across the whole MENA region. I can tell you, the technology did not reach generally those who need it the most. So we've got some strategic decisions and tweaking all these systems that we do. Because in the narrative, of course, everybody talks about smallholders and how important is family farming and all that, that's everywhere. But in the reality, and especially in the continent, and I'm just coming from Nairobi and Burundi and keep traveling Africa, I can tell you, technology does not always reach where it should. So I think we should put this in the center of our remit. Now, if you allow me, I don't know how much time do I have. I want to shift.
You're at home.
I want to shift gears just a little bit on the finance. That's your question initially, the financial gap. This is now on everybody's mind, especially with what's going on with this disruption that we're going on, the globalization. And actually, the day before yesterday, on April 15, the Committee on Food Security in Rome, which basically the UN body that englobes the whole UN system of the countries. I am part of the high-level panel food security of experts that advises the CFS. That's why. So we attended online. That's my notes. I just want to convey some quick messages, very quickly. So the CFS is taking stock of all what's going on now, as we speak, on a day-to-day. And it's positioning itself as the platform to mainstream food security and nutrition across global agendas. And this is really important. It's important to have that coordination and bridging the food security with broader financial frameworks, because we all realize that there is a huge gap, basically in food security, but also in climate goals, in global development policies, and they try to facilitate that link, basically, about all these mechanisms. The second message, this is my take-home message from that collaborative governance dialogue that happened the day before yesterday. The second one, and this is, I think, very important to Atlas, so I want to highlight that. It says that mobilized targeted finance requires common metrics and definitions, because we take it as a given, but actually there is a huge discrepancy in the metrics, in the measurements. So this is very important. And to close the financial gap for food security and nutrition, we urgently need standardized approaches to classify, measure, and track financial flows. I'm reading here from the outcomes of that dialogue, and this is important because I think this can be an opportunity or a slot for Atlas to gain credibility, but in coordination with the whole framework of the CFS. Now, the third point, and it's obvious, it has been said, is that when leveraging this food security and nutrition funding, we are not looking for, we should not look at the cost only. This is a huge opportunity for the continent. This is actually the mechanism by which the continent could aim at transforming itself. This is what happened in Asia, for instance, during the Green Revolution. So it should not be, and consequently, Africa is not asking for charity or aid money. It's asking for basically fair trade, South-South cooperation, and building the policy. For instance, the CADAP 10% thing. So we need to revise all these schemes and go back to the basics. I will keep it that for now.
Thank you. You mentioned the different definitions, different tools, different. Also, we talked just before in the previous session of how do you define regenerative agriculture. Just that, it's probably 10 definitions, and different organizations understand different things. And as you said, African agriculture is very fragmented by geography, it's fragmented by understanding of the topic and lacks actually common definitions. Does anyone want to react to that? Because our view is actually that the cost of these misalignments on some elements of definitions, on policies, is actually huge. Anyone wants to react to that?
Can I add just one sentence on this?
Because but just one sentence, because you talked a lot.
It's just along what Vasco said in his intervention, and I sympathize with that. He said private sector. That's obvious. Last week in Nairobi, I was in a panel like this, and I said exactly the same thing. I said private sector. So, but today, I will not say private sector. I will say science for research. I think we need to bring it in the science policy dialogue. Science needs to be in the middle. That's my sentence.
Vasco, do you want to react to that topic of different definitions, different understanding, different
doctrines? For example, you mentioned CADAP. CADAP, I think, is a great effort from African countries to create indicators that are common to the continent. And to me, this is really the seed for common agricultural policies. Just to give you a quick example, in the Sahel region, I mean, how can we think that the policies to address climate change can be done just by one country? I think Mali, Burkina, Niger, Chad, they have to work together and address the crisis together. And how do you do that if you don't have common indicators to understand how to measure what's happening and how to react to that? So I'm a strong advocate of these indicators, but also science. What he was mentioning, I mean, is paramount to me. If the knowledge is not shared, I mean, it's a public good knowledge, okay? This is something now we are, I hope, well, things might change, but we should be profoundly aware of that science is a public good, and it's great that, for example, this hub of science is here in Africa, because, and I can see also the effort you are having to share it. I mean, you have a lot of African students, you share ideas, you invite people. This is really the spirit, okay? I mean, it's a common public good science, and this has to be shared. I mean, so data and science shared, these are two small recipes for addressing what you are saying.
Thanks. Oh, Aisha,
thank you. Vasco talked about sharing knowledge, and I would like to share some strategy from the field to de-risk investment in agriculture. At Synergy Burkina, we operate across 3 core activities. The first one is equity investment. The second one is the implementation of seed funding program. And the third one is advisory service for the whole ecosystem. And we have a strong focus on agriculture, sustainability, and inclusion. And from our experience, we can share 4 strategies to de-risk investment in agriculture. The first one will be first loss capital. It's very essential for donors to be first loss capital provider because this catalytic finance can absorb losses and can also make it easier to invite a private sector and institutional actors to come in agriculture IRA. And this is a very powerful tool to de-risk investment in agriculture. The second one will be the seed funding program. We have launched several seed funding programs thanks to the partners I previously mentioned. And these seed funding programs allowed us to invest in early stage agriculture businesses. And alongside of funding, we also provide strong support. And the results are very tangible. These businesses become more formal, they are better organized and integrated into local value chain. And from our experience, this is a long-term strategy of de-risking investment in agriculture by building strong pipeline of investable SMEs. The third strategy I can share is the technical assistance. Thanks to INP and other partners, we secured funds to provide support to the SMEs we are investing in our portfolio. And this technical assistance is very useful to strengthening companies' internal organization to improve their governance, but not only. We also use the technical assistance to build value chain, to build farmers' networks, and to build relationship between these SMEs and the farmers' networks. And the last one is the cash collateral mechanism. Thanks to USAID, we have successfully tested a cash collateral mechanism where funds are put aside to partially guarantee and secure local banks' loans. And this has been very useful because it allowed SMEs to get funding. SMEs that will not able to, they are not so eligible to such funding, but thanks to the cash collateral mechanism, they get funding and they improved. These are some knowledge, experience from the field I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's good to hear that USAID was useful. AFD, what do you do in de-risking in some of these levers that were mentioned, de-risking, collateral mechanism, also building pipeline of investable projects?
So actually, ProParco does a lot in this field, yes. But I wanted to answer your precedent question when you were highlighting the importance of alignment. And I think it's very important. Just, I wanted to say, when I was very young chargé de mission at AFD, I was in Ouagadougou, and I was in the water sector. I was actually in the water sector. And I heard my agriculture colleagues, and they were all saying, fighting against the World Bank colleagues on farm advisory services. And so when listening to you, to me, it's very old time. Today, AFD is the first co-financing institution with the World Bank. So I think we have been moving a lot. And we are completely aware that alignment is so important. That's why I started by repeating the 3 pillars. And we are aware that we need to work with everyone. Just 2 hours ago, as I was signing a co-financing agreement with Innovix. We want to co-finance with Innovix studies in other, in sub-Saharan African countries. So we know that we have to align public, private, with government, with technology. I was very impressed by the previous session. I think there's this prise de conscience that we cannot argue anymore. We have to align. We know it's difficult, but at AFD, that's really what we do. We participate in coalitions. I know that our ag team, they finance a network called Prostea. So this is so that people from the Ministry of Agriculture in every country can gather together, share experiences. As you said, science is not that easy. So we have to share experiences and to see how we can improve the underground work.
Just a last question, then we'll take a question from the room, and I think we are done because everyone is tired of conferences, even though I think you are touching on one of the most important problems that we have in this fragmentation of ideas, of views on different topics. But actually, Dr. Muez, you mentioned about policy. Is misalignment on definitions, on the lack of unified doctrine in a way, is it something that you identified as one of the bottleneck or one of the problems in Africa? If we compare to, I don't know, Indian Green Revolution, it was, one clear doctrine, everyone aligned, strong governments behind it. Do you think this is one of the problems that we are facing here in Africa?
Yes, I think it's part of the problem. And I think the other part is that a lot of African countries don't value the agricultural sector. And so when donors or when the private sector try and push for investments in the agricultural sector, governments don't necessarily see it as aligning with their priorities. And I think we all agree that investments in the agriculture sector are difficult. It's a very difficult sector to operate in. Profit margins are low. I think the trend in Sudan, for example, the only people operating in the sector are either very large enterprises or small-scale farmers. There's nobody in the middle.
Yeah.
And the large enterprises are there mainly through government subsidies. So I think when the prioritization of agriculture by donors is not necessarily always in line with what incumbent governments want. And in the nature of politics is that if it's a democratic regime, their actions are dictated by the election cycles. So they want to get something done now, they want to achieve it now, and agriculture is a long-term investment. So they tend to focus more on things that can get them votes. Big infrastructure projects, or especially electricity is a very nice investment. So I think when there is keen interest from donors and from the private sector to invest in agriculture, but the government is not willing to provide at least the policy infrastructure for it, I think it tends to fail. And then policy is important because you need conducive policies to get people to get the private sector to come and invest, whether it's through land subsidies or through financial subsidies or input subsidies. And there are a lot of examples across the continent, and a lot of examples. I mean, I'm using Sudan here because we've kind of experienced this. After the oil boom in 1997, agriculture was kind of put aside. There was almost zero investment in the agricultural sector. And then when the South seceded in 2011 and the oil was no longer a viable option, there was a sudden influx into the agricultural sector. And so the government's priorities shifted based on, what it can kind of make the most money out of today. And unfortunately, because of the nature, and this is, of how agriculture is done and its cycles and how difficult it is, it's a very difficult sector to kind of pin governments down on over long periods of time.
Thank you. Very interesting. I mean, as you saw in the numbers, what we're talking about in terms of doubling investment in the African agri-food sector is just giving that sector 5% or 10% of what will be invested in data centers in the world to solve half of the world SDGs. So yes, I think there is a bit like we are walking on the head, as we said, we're probably not investing where we should, and we should actually really get policy alignments, because there is very clear, whatever you take, whatever definition, regen ag, do you prioritize food security over food sovereignty or over climate, and so I think there is a lot of alignment to do. We have time for one question from the room, and then we will be done, or are we done? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me on the mic? I'll just grab your microphone. Thank you so much to our panelists for this thought-provoking final conversation, and very special thanks to you, Patrick, for steering this conversation. So we had a couple questions on WOVA. What measures are being taken to support young agripreneurs in accessing funding and scaling their business? This was one question. And the other one, how can digital tools be leveraged to attract funding and accelerate agricultural transformation? Probably just a minute, wrap up this session together, and then we'll move forward with our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to react on the first question. At Nere Capital, by our level, we are working hard to partnership with actors to implement more specific seed funding program for early stage businesses. And we are convinced it's a good way to do so, because seed funding program is very important in investment readiness of young early stage businesses. And that's a way we are using to do something for these SMEs, early stage SMEs.
Anyone else would like to react? Yes, please.
Yeah, maybe just quickly on the question on the digitalization. As I mentioned, obviously the elephant in the room is the digital divide. Now, whatever we do to improve bridging that gap can help this transformation in Africa. From UM6P point of view, we're already there, because as you saw some of the examples that emerged from this place. In addition, we're now moving also to other countries in Africa. For instance, I think we will be, and Mr. President is here, he can correct me, I think we will be soon opening our first campus in Côte d'Ivoire, which is, to my knowledge, the first digital farming school in the continent. That shows the trajectory, because we believe that's where the future is going to be, is providing, and it addresses a little bit also the first question about the youth. The youth in Africa and globally in the world are not interested in conventional agriculture as their parents, because they don't see really that as exciting future. But providing these digital tools and all this transformation can help attract the youth also to agriculture. So that's at least our vision, and we'll see how it goes in Côte d'Ivoire. What we can see already, the demand is even higher even in other countries across the continent, because I think the whole continent is ready for that transformation.
Amazing. Thank you so much to our panelists for a thought-provoking conversation. Thank you, Patrick, as well, for moderating. We invite you to step up to the stage for a final photo. Let's please give them a round of applause. As our panelists are taking a memory of this final conversation of our third edition of the Agrichain Finance Forum. It is time for us now to shift the spotlight on another important moment in today's journey, which was the Startup Challenge, because I remind you all that while we were here having these conversations, startups were upstairs pitching their topics. Thank you again, gentlemen. Please join us in the room for this final section. We appreciate your expertise and we appreciate your experience. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round once again. So, as I said in a few, we'd like now to move to the debriefing session of the Startup Challenge and you know, to get a sense of the energy that was going up upstairs in the room. I'd like to welcome Mr. Ali Mnif, Chief Investment Officer of Digital Africa, as he's making his way to the stage. Let's please give him a hand as he's joining me on stage. So Ali, it's such a pleasure to have you with us. As I was saying while we were here conversing,
thank you very much, Manal.
A lot was happening upstairs. Please let us know, how did it go?
Yes.
What's to expect next?
So the pitching is not over yet, so I just sneaked out from the room to give you a debrief, but startups are still pitching. Usually we do 10 minutes pitch and 15 minutes Q&A, but sometimes with some startups we want to dig a little bit more. So yeah, we're still receiving startups, and actually we're receiving the last one. Very productive day. I cannot compare with your day here, but we had a lot of startups we met. We actually met with 13 startups. 4 of which are from Morocco, and the rest are from all across the continent. We had startups from Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, and many other countries. In a very brief comments, so what we do, Digital Africa, we invest in early stage startups with tickets ranging between 20,000 and 100,000. And our promise when we organize challenges with partners as prestigious as Innovex, what we do is like we commit to invest in at least 1 startups we're meeting. So we're not just doing that for the show. We invest and we commit. In the past, we organized around 10 challenges which fed a lot our pipeline. So today, something we're sure about is that we're going to invest. Before starting the day, we were committing to invest in 1 ticket, but definitely after the day we had today, we're going to invest in more than 1 startup.
This is amazing, right? Let's give a round of applause to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
What can we expect next for these incredible entrepreneurs?
Yeah, so we're an investor. It's not an award, it's not a grant. So we're going to run due diligence after the short presentation. This is a 10-minute pitch, so we're going to dive a little bit deeper with startup that were shortlisted today. A very normal process. It takes up to 4 weeks to close a deal, run the due diligence, organize our investment committee, and then disperse. And we try to keep that process as quick and as fast as possible to keep up with the startup rhythm and growth trajectory, hopefully.
We can feel that energy. Thank you so much, Ali, for your debriefing session. Thank you very much, and we will follow up on that with a lot of interest. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and now in a few moments, it's going to be time for us to officially close this packed day and really interesting day. Before we do so, I would like to leave you with 3 key messages. Number 1, tackling food security and climate change requires the engagement of everyone. Public and private actors, researchers, entrepreneurs, as we saw, policymakers and funders, we're really all part of the solution. Number 2, we have seen that today partnership models can really unlock real opportunities across sectors, across countries as well, and disciplines. And finally, innovation is not a luxury, it is really a lever, and it is the way for us to move forward. Now, there is no better place for us to be having these conversations than right here at UM6P, a place of energy, a place of purpose, a place of inspiration, and for the official close of this really I would say, strategic day, it is my honor to welcome on the stage Mr. Hisham Al-Habti, President of UM6P. Let's please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know who forgot his glasses or her glasses. Starting with that, the most important thing, you need your eyes. So, yeah, thank you for Emmanuel for the kind words about UM6P, about the energy. I know that I'm blessed as president of UM6P because I'm getting a lot of energy. This was the case last Friday with the showcase of MIT Explorer, MIT Sandbox, UM6P Explorer. And today, it was GITEX on Monday, Tuesday, today here at UM6P. Yeah, so I'm aware of how blessed we are here at UM6P, and I hope that we were generous to share this energy with you guys. About the topic, and I want to thank my colleagues from Innovex who decided to schedule and organize this meeting here at UM6P, even though I was surprised there was not the logo of UM6P here. Yeah, so I'm paying attention to everything, and so what's, so yeah, there is no UM6P. You are. There is no, yeah, it's here. This is because this is in my title. But just to, I'm here to tell my colleagues, but to share with you how committed UM6P is to the development of, this topic and to the development of agriculture in Africa. As it was mentioned by Rashid Serraj, UM6P will open its first branch outside Morocco here in Africa. Within a topic about agriculture, about the digital. And so we asked our colleagues from the 1337 school to imagine something linking the coding with the agriculture. And Rashid said that we want to make the agriculture more and more attractive to the youth. To do that, we have to leverage on what the youth are good at, which is digital, and we believe in how the potential of Africa about that. But to do that, we need more investment. We need more great ideas. We have an ecosystem here at UM6P from the ideation, incubation, development, investment, and will, in addition to access to different labs, different research platforms, and all that will be as a contribution from UM6P to the development of this topic. The other thing is we believe in something, and we deeply believe in the fact that Africa will be the solution for the food security in the future. So this is the North Star. It will happen in perhaps 20, 25, 30 years, but at some point we will get there. And that we need to jumpstart at some point. And to do that, we have all building blocks at UM6P, from research to entrepreneurship programs to investment, and to the most important thing, which is people who believe in the development of Africa. And this is one of the main and most important assets UM6P has and is sharing with we're sharing with all the partners within the platform. So I want to just conclude by thanking the colleagues. But I know Yunus is really committed to the development of this platform. He believed in that from day one, and now we have lots of partners. Even UM6P is not mentioned, but but the others are here, and we are happy to have AFD, BPI, and other topics. But UM6P, as I said, even the logo is not there. We are a partner. So thank you for your trust, and enjoy the energy. It's the end of the day. I know that it's hard after more than 8 hours. It started at 9. It's 5:30 p.m. now. But the weather is very beautiful. The pergola is just wonderful. Please enjoy your stay at UM6P and see you next time, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We are once again very grateful for UM6P for bringing us together in this wonderful venue. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings a close this third edition of the Agri-Finance Platform. Thank you, a big thank you, big round of applause to all of you for your energy, for your engagement. Thank you to all of you following us on the streaming. We wish you safe travels back home. Until the next edition, thanks again for investing your most precious asset with us, which is your time. Safe travels back home. Thank you.